Good morning and welcome along to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series on this terrific Tuesday's worth of Tungsten action. Well, day one was intriguing and it saw the Wanderer top the pack.
Strap yourself in, Mr. Deacon. You're about to get burnt. Bullseye again. Oh, he gets it this time. That's absolutely majestic.
Simple as that. He could take it out. He may take it out. He will take it out.
It's maybe not as progressive as some others, but it is double 14. And a 12 darter for Westy, and he enjoyed that one.
Boy, he could be punished. This is for the match. This is for 4-2. West can't believe it. He's tops for the match. And Kciuk has taken it. He's playing well. He's on for a potential 11 darter. He finds the 11 darter. In it goes, and Johan Brouwer eventually gets his first win of the day. Yeah, it was an intriguing first day's play, and Wayne Jones has a 4-point lead going into Tuesday here at the Live Lounge. And just like yesterday, we're going to be watching all the action in the company of the asset Paul Nicholson. Wayne Jones, before a dart was thrown yesterday, was in the interview room and he was saying, well, I'm not playing well. I'm not expecting much of myself. Well, he's got a 4-point lead overnight.
Yeah, Wayne Jones, absolute cobblers yesterday, and coming into today, he is completely off the leash, because he can't go under the radar anymore. We now expect him to be very tidy, very efficient, and if he can raise his level by 1 or 2 more points, he might find himself with 1 foot in Saturday come the end of the day. He was very good.
What was his key strength yesterday in your mind?
I think I know this sounds really simplistic, but every time he played, it felt like he was just a little bit better than his opponent. He didn't lose many legs. He didn't scupper many chances. He was very efficient on the doubles. We'll get into the numbers in commentary, but alongside a couple of other players, they really didn't struggle when it came to the doubling, and he didn't struggle in the scoring stakes as much as others.
So Wayne Jones top of the table on 10 points. A couple of players on 6. One of them, Barry Copeland, the debutant from Northern Ireland, had a 103 average yesterday. Had some real highlight moments. We know the pedigree that he has. He's a former World Masters finalist. And in patches yesterday, when he was on, he was on.
Yeah, that's the thing about yesterday. We've discovered something about Barry. It was his debut day, so what we do is we give them free rein come Monday. There's nothing to lose. But if you do something good, we can then ask them, can you do that a bit more often? He had the best finish of yesterday of 161. That was a great moment. We saw the feistiness from him, which is something we expected. The 103 average from him in one game, maybe we didn't expect something like that, but now that we've got it, we know that he can do it. So I think he's just got to bring that B or C game further up, because there was too much of a gap between his best game and his worst game.
In terms of Kristof Kciuk, again on debut in this competition, scoring-wise there wasn't much of an issue, maybe just a sharpen up on the doubles.
Particularly early. I think in his first couple of rounds today, we'll get an indication of how comfortable he is when he's making his debut this week. Because in his first game and his second game yesterday, his doubles just weren't very polished. If he can be a bit sharper, a bit earlier, he could be a real danger.
So Kristof Kciuk on 6 points alongside Barry Copeland, but it is Wayne Jones that leads the way on 10 points. And this is how the table looks going into day two's proceedings here at the Live Lounge. Richie Howson on 4 points. Would he feel like there was some matches left out there yesterday?
Unquestionably, especially the last one. I think when he was playing Johan Brouwer, he was thinking, leave him on 0 and in the basement. But Richie just didn't get out of the traps. And I don't think he's too used to playing here on Mondays. He's more used to playing Thursdays and Fridays. So maybe just a little bit of a slow one for Richie, but I fully expect him to play better today.
Well, let's have a look at the odds and see how things have changed overnight going into day two. Remember, Wayne Jones was the 15-2 fifth favourite out of the 6 players before a dart was thrown yesterday. For a dart's thrown today, he is the even money favourite to go on and win the group. And that's not a surprise when you consider he has a 4-point lead.
Not at all, but it's amazing how things can change in as little as 24 hours. I think if you're looking for some value here, West yesterday, I think there was a lot of scores out there that were 60 and maybe 100 that could have been a lot better. If he starts to get the 180s going, he could really shoot forward. But I find Barry Copeland at 5th favourite there a bit puzzling, because he's definitely someone who could make real indentation into that lead today. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
It's 18 plus. It's begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this morning. Right, let's get into our first game of the session, and it sees Richie Howson back in action. The Owl, who picked up his first World Seniors title in the major department anyway in 2024 when he won the Champion of Champions. He takes on Johan Brouwer in his second appearance here at the Live Lounge in Port. And before play got underway this morning, Richie caught up with Phil Bars.
Richie, Tuesday here at the Super Series. How would you assess yesterday looking back at it?
Yesterday was a bit of a funny one, really. A bit in and out. I played well against Steve. Didn't play too bad against Wayne. Couple of good finishes got me out of trouble, but my last game yesterday was really poor, which I'd like to have got the 6 points. But it's only the first day, so plenty still to play for.
Do you look at that as a bit of a missed opportunity then yesterday, that last game, to put yourself right in the mix?
Yeah, I think you have, but when you look at the table and you think you're only 2 points behind, I know it can make a lot of difference at the end, but we've got 2 days still to play. So there's 10 possible points still to get. So, yeah, you just got to keep battling on and hope you play more consistent.
What's it like to get a full week at the Super Series and have a real good shot?
Yeah, I mean, I've done it once before, and I think I qualified on the Wednesday. So I've not really done a full week. So I think it's tough, especially when you get to my age. It's hard to play all week. I know people go, "Oh, you're only playing darts," but it takes it out of you mentally. You're going away from here. You're in the hotel room. But yes, it's great opportunities. There's loads of practice. That's a good thing.
Looking at it, obviously, what you've achieved on the seniors, what would it mean if you could win a week here? Would that be right up there along with those titles?
100%. So I've been here quite a few times now, and I've made finals night pretty much all the time, and not crossed that line. And I think anyone that comes here, at first you probably just want to see what it's like and do as well as you can. But when you've been a few times, it would mean a lot to actually win a week here.
Having won on the seniors tour, do you think you're better equipped now to win here?
I don't know. It's very, very different. I mean, to play the round robin format first and then you go into the knockout, sometimes you might get a little complacent in the round robin. But with the seniors, you're straight in there. If you lose, you're out. So I wouldn't say it's similar. I don't think it's really made me more equipped, but I think I've got enough experience to cross that line if I play all right.
Well, Richie, wish you all the very best, mate.
Thank you very much.
Lovely to hear from Richie Howson, and what you see really is what you get from the Owl. He speaks so well in an interview, and he's one of the real nice guys of the sport. A reputation really has followed him as he's progressed through the ranks of the World Seniors, and there really wasn't a dry eye in the house at Viva Blackpool when he picked up the Champion of Champions title back in March. As for Johan Brouwer, well, he's certainly made a reputation for himself, hasn't he? The 32-year-old from Urk, who is going to be playing for the Netherlands in the WDF Europe Cup. Comes from a family of tailors. And talking about tailors, happy birthday to Phil Taylor, whose birthday it is today. Up against the 58-year-old Richie Howson from Raynham, the former World Seniors Championship finalist. And of course, the reigning World Seniors Champion of Champions. But is he going to be the champ come the end of the week and book his place at Champions Week for the first time? We're about to find out. Owen Binks is your referee, in charge of all of the action. The Colchester official, a world-leading referee.
First leg, it's Johan to throw first. Game on.
Will get us underway for the day, and I'm happy to say we're going to be watching all the action in the company of the asset. Paul Nicholson. Morning, Paul.
Good morning, and welcome back. And a good evening or good afternoon, depending on where you're watching from, because on our YouTube channel, you could be tuning in from anywhere on planet Earth. Tuesday is always a very interesting day to see where you are in the table. But before we go any further, because it is a special Tuesday, a very happy birthday to Ryan Meikle, the barber from Ipswich.
58.
And we can't leave you out, Henry. Happy birthday to you as well. So thanks for joining us today. We know you could have possibly scheduled the day off, but where better to be than Portsmouth watching the darts?
Might as well start my 24th year on this planet as I mean to go
85.
on. Thank you, Paul.
So yesterday the number was 42. Today the number is 24. And 24 was a good number for Gary Anderson when he was winning a couple of world titles, wasn't it? But we'll talk in depth about the 13th of August throughout the course of the day because historic things have happened on this day in darts before. But Brouwer would love to do the double over Howson after beating him in game 15 yesterday at around about 2 o'clock.
80.
It would get him onto 4 points with Howson and only 2 points behind the chasing pack of Kciuk and Copeland.
This meeting yesterday was a fairly low-key affair. It was the last match of the session. It was won by Johan Brouwer by 4 legs to 2. It was the only win that the Dutchman got on day one. Howson may have felt there was points left out there
60,
following the end of Monday's play, but he's left himself on 135 to break the foe of the Dutchman in leg 1 and finds the bullseye with dart 1. And so treble 15 would have afforded him a dart at tops. So Brouwer, he'll come back for 140 to save for, and he'll probably have to take it out.
Not going to happen. So Howson has one visit to take care of 52 to polish off this first leg, and that's not what you want to do. It's not master out, Johan.
52.
And one thing we know about Johan is he'll tell us exactly how he's feeling, and he'll feel very blue if Howson can find the green grass of double 16. But he's unable to. He had to go back to the start, does Johan.
It wouldn't have made any difference if Howson had hit that double 16. But now it makes all the difference because he's got to take the 140 again. This time on double 10.
130.
It's only leg 1 of Tuesday and the animation levels have gone to level 12.
Double 16.
Game
And Howson is in front. He gets the breaker throw.
Richie Howson.
Had to toil around it in the end.
Second leg against Richie to throw first.
Pins it with his 4th dart. As for Johan Brouwer, well, I suppose he's starting the day as he means to go on.
Can you imagine what it'd be like being stuck
60.
in an elevator with Johan for a few hours? I would imagine it'd be quite a chaotic experience. Speaking of chaotic, Richie Howson just a shade under 31% on the doubles yesterday. Brouwer, 22%. That must improve today. Now, I know he only got 45 darts at a double yesterday.
66.
And the one solitary win. But it's not that dissimilar to what everybody else had.
96.
His numbers were, if you compare it to the rest of the group, was somewhat of an outlier, which is part of the reason as to why he finds himself stuck down on 2 points. I actually had a chat with Johan this morning, and trust me, he's as animated when you have a conversation with him an hour before playing than he is when he does play. And he just said that yesterday was not his best day at the office. He kind of using today as a day to try and build up confidence, try and get as many wins, and then see where the rest of the week pans out.
Is he one of these Dutch dart players that likes that kind of music which keeps them as high as a kite?
100.
You know, the up-tempo music like Barry Van Peer?
To be honest, I think it'd calm him down.
We'll have to ask him.
He's honestly, he's a human Mentos in a Coke can.
180.
That's one way to describe him. How about the man who gets the first 180 of the day? And yesterday we didn't get a great deal of them. Only 17 for the day. That is not brilliant. Well, he had me puzzled, and he's got himself puzzled here. Penny for your thoughts, Johan. 46 scored, 23 left.
49. Richie requires 76.
This for a 2-0 lead. Hasn't just had to stop for a second, as he then now goes for double 8.
That's a great shot.
Second leg.
More
Richie
clinical
Howson.
this time from the Owl. I think that stop there was because
Johan
any movement you make
Game on.
Even if it's the tiniest little whistling sound of flailing your arm, it can be heard in there.
And sometimes it can be to the point where this room is so quiet when play's on.
93.
If you've not been here before, just to give you an idea of the surroundings, it's the Live Lounge is based in and around a high street in Portsmouth, very busy area. And there are times where if a siren goes
100.
past, if it's going very fast and very loud, it can be heard in the bill, which I actually think was what offset Howson in that previous instance.
60.
We do our best to soundproof it, but because of the location being in such a busy area, which is why we get so many good crowds here on a Saturday, those odd distractions can come in.
Well, if we soundproofed this whole place,
100.
can you imagine how warm it would be down there? Got to have some ventilation.
Says us in our air-conditioned commentary box.
You won't find me complaining.
58.
Howson yesterday, 86.82 average for the day with only one maximum. 86, almost 87 is a useful set of numbers. And you were doing some calculations
81.
yesterday, Henry, and that was very similar to what he's been doing year long.
Yeah, if you have a look at the numbers of the players over the course of the last 12 months, Brouwer's average 81.62, 35%, whilst Howson 86, 41 and 36%. So Howson pretty much doing what he's done all year long. That's kind of his level now, isn't he? He's a player that plays in around that mid-80s range, but because of his consistency and his proficiency, particularly when it comes to his finishing, at this level, it makes him a real dangerous player.
But if I may,
100.
the last
Richie
time he
McCoy,
made Saturday,
120.
when he came through a Group B scenario, he played a lot better than that. He was closer to 95 for the 2 days he played. Tops for a 120.
80. Johan
Now,
McCoy,
what does
90.
Brouwer do here? Because most people would go 2 single 20s for Bull. That'll do. Sold
Game
that.
shot on the third leg. Johan Brouwer.
You could not, if you tried,
Well,
have
against
2
Richie to
very
throw
different
first.
people on
Game
this stage. One person that would probably be able to charge a battery by putting it on his tongue. And then one person
81.
who's about as horizontal as a hammock. You get all sorts in this sport. In fact, this is what we need. Think about any sport that you love.
60.
And you need people who are different, because if everybody was the same, it would be boring.
Look, Johan is unequivocally, unapologetically himself.
81.
You know, and you were a player back when you were at your best. You weren't exactly a player that kind of moulded to the equivocal norm. You were yourself. You had your own status. You were
66.
a bit different. And do you feel like you maybe, during points of your career, kind of had what Johan's got? When you're a bit of an outlier and you're a little bit different, A, you stand out, but B, you also feel like the microscope's on you a bit more.
97.
I always felt that way. But I always felt like I didn't want to be like anybody else. I didn't want to conform.
93.
I was almost forced to conform at one point. However, I was always trying to be different in my own way. And you do have to be yourself.
Whoa!
I swear he could have got another 3 on top of
180.
those. That was a beautiful maximum from Howson.
It's a slow start to proceedings for Richie, but he's just beginning to
125. Richie requires
break
62.
into his stride somewhat.
Yeah, guess what he's averaging? 87.
Game shot on the fourth
Clinical
leg.
once again, and he really
Richie
enjoyed
Howson.
that.
He didn't.
Fifth leg against Johan to throw first.
I think Richie has understood that after day one, what was going wrong. If he can put a few of those things right today, there's no reason why someone can't go through the card who
60.
isn't Wayne Jones today. Consequently, Jones will play Steve West in game 2 in round 1 here.
I would ask the question, do you expect to see a different
140.
Steve West? But is the truth of the matter that we don't quite know because he's still going through that phase of rehabilitation following the hip
58.
surgery?
Not even sure how much that comes into it, if I'm honest. He didn't look very uncomfortable yesterday. He looked more than fine.
85.
We'll get onto it, but I get the feeling that we're going to talk more about his first start today. If his first start is better, he will play better.
57.
Well, Howson looks set now to really close in. He's taken the darts off of Johan Brouwer, leading 3-1 in this race to 4. And if you're new to us here at the Super Series, there's new people joining us all the time, particularly in August when there's
83.
not a lot of other darting action. This is Group A, where we have 6 players. The top player will automatically progress through to Saturday's final. They'll win a nice financial bonus for doing so. The players in 2nd and 3rd place, respectively, will be in Group B on a Thursday, Friday night,
70.
where 3 players from 5 make it through. And then the bottom 3 players, 4th, 5th and 6th, will progress through to Group C, where 2 from 6 will make it through, and they'll be joined by 3 more players. Brouwer at the bottom of the table. Howson looking to condemn him to the bottom of the pack. He leaves himself on 54 after 12. He could be on for back-to-back 14 darters to win the match.
Absolutely. This has been really, really good from Howson, and there's only one thing left to do.
54.
That's take this out and get to 6 points with Kciuk and Copeland.
And he wants tops to finish strongly, to finish in style. It's back-to-back
Richie
14
Howson.
darters for Richie Howson to get over the line against Johan Brouwer by 4 legs to 1. A real strong start that for the hour. Whilst for Johan Brouwer, he's still chastising himself. 91.3 the average for Richie Howson, 4 for 9 on his doubles. He moves on to 6 points in the group. And Steve West, well, he's looking to move on to 4. He takes on Wayne Jones, who won 5 from 5 yesterday. If he makes it 6 from 6, he'll open up a temporary 6-point lead at the top of the table. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Richie Howson got the better of Johan Brouwer by 4 legs on. Real strong performance out the gate for the Owl. Average in excess of 91. 4 for 9 on his doubles to see him over the line. Second up for us, we're going to see Steve West in action, the 49-year-old from Waltham Abbey. Back in action after a layoff following hip surgery. And he takes on Wayne Jones, the Wanderer, who's making his first return since making it to Champions Week in Series 6. He tops the table overnight, having won all 5 of his matches on Monday. As for West, his return heralded 1 victory. There were some decent performances in there, but for him it really is all about that road back towards his best. This, in his own words pretty much, is a free hit this week to see where his game's at and see where he can grow and see where everything is ahead of a 2025, which promises to be very exciting. He'll be a player of the World Seniors at that time. He'll be playing plenty of darts here and in ADT arenas, and who knows, possibly even the WDF as well. But we know one thing about Steve, and he'd be realistic about where he is in terms of his progress following that surgery. But we both know that having won just 1 game on day 1, he is going to want to put that right.
140.
So on that note, it's probably not great that he's got the table topper to start things off. But if there's one thing that I noticed yesterday,
85.
it's that there were too many visits of only 60 points. And what did he start with today? 60. We'll monitor that throughout the course of the day.
21.
I think when people come here with an abundance of experience, we can almost attribute a number to them of what we expect from them when they are sharp enough at 100%. I think Steve, if we're being fair, probably something around what Wayne did yesterday.
60.
About 89. If not better. What I will say about these two,
45.
as they were very, very good. Alongside Barry Copeland, in fact. They were fabulous on their doubles yesterday. All of them around the 44% mark.
60.
It's not often you see 3 players in a daily campaign at 40% or more, but well over 40%.
180.
Well, he's found the range now. Those 60s with 3 darts have turned into 60s with 1 darts, and it leaves Steve West on 50.
And we mentioned the 180s yesterday, didn't we?
Stevie required 50.
There were only 17, but 4 each for West and Jones. That was the most we got from individual players.
40. Wayne require 160.
Early freebie for Jones. Hasn't quite settled in as quickly as he did yesterday.
100. Stevie require 10.
So a double 5 for West to take the first leg. Does not
6.
go. And this would be a bit of a steal for Wayne.
Requires 60.
Because after that maxi, the Wanderer's nowhere to be seen in this leg. And he's going to get a couple here at tops. To break the throw of West. And Jones moves one up.
Second leg against Wayne to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, that really is a steal. 5 darts, a double to take that first leg. And it is relinquished.
That was one thing Wayne did so well yesterday. Even in legs where he was outscored.
100.
If his opponent missed, he tended to have punished.
140.
I think for Steve, it's very simple over the next few days. It's about trying to knit something together. Get the scoring right, polish up on the doubles.
60.
See if it's good enough here in week 11. And if it isn't, I'm pretty sure he'll get a chance in the next series.
83.
But he's been playing darts for 4, possibly 5 weeks in the lead up to this.
60.
We see people starting their season in late January, early February on the Pro Tour. At which point do they start hitting their best stuff? Well, in the case of
28.
Ryan Searle, about 5 minutes later, because he starts every season better than anyone. Just look at the records. It's absolutely true, that. But some people, it takes them a good couple of months.
140.
So West coming here this week, it might just be a little early to start the critique.
140.
The game is there. It's just about the
140.
tiny little sharpness.
The fine tuning. And he's not going to enter something unless he feels like he can win it. And that's why he's playing here. However, to a certain extent,
60.
the actual end result, as long as there's a
110.
progression, may not be how we judge him, may not be the end game. Well, the end game here would have been a dart at double 19 if Steve West had found the
54.
triple 19 there. So
81.
Wayne Jones is going to get at least a dart at the bullseye for a 2-0 lead. He's going to get 2 at double 12. Now double 6.
He genuinely thought that was in. He genuinely thought that was good. That one is.
Shot on the second leg. Wayne Jones.
Jones moves 2 up and has this game exactly where he wants
But,
it. The
it's
pair
Steve to throw
share a
first.
laugh and a joke.
Game
It's a hard battle on the hockey, but it's being played in a real good spirit.
I think Wayne Jones has just had a Henry Deacon moment.
100.
Is it in? At one point, I think he was contemplating asking the referee, can you check again? You know as well as I know,
100.
Wayne, there's no VAR in darts. We've got wires to tell us what's good and what's not.
60.
That's what was happening yesterday. 2 very well thrown darts above, and the third one not registering a treble as well. And he found himself in legs that were tighter than maybe in the
100.
past he would have bossed. But everything's a process. And let's remember as well, this is the first time that Steve has come here with new
100.
equipment.
He's doing everything from a standing start. Played the last round of ADC Championship Tour
121.
events at Bradmore Farm in Aylesbury. Had a little bit of joy there as we have a look at the West setup. But
81.
he knows, we know, this is a completely different kettle of fish playing here for the 5 days under the lights and under the scrutiny of the cameras. And up against Wayne Jones, who
140.
has left himself on tops after 12 for the double break. And so this 160 has to go. And it's not going to as he veers into the 5.
If Jones takes a 3-0 lead,
82. Wayne McQuarrie.
he'll be on the cusp of a 6th straight win.
Game shot on the third leg. Wayne Jones.
One thing we didn't touch on at the top of the show as well is just how impressive his
Fullback,
leg
it's
difference
Wayne
was
to throw
yesterday.
first. Game on.
Plus 14. And if he wins this leg on throw, it will be plus 18.
140.
At that point, you begin to wonder where the records lie. Well, plus 36 is the overall record for a legs difference in the Group A. It's been achieved by 3 players.
85.
Luke Littler, no surprise. Christian Kist, no surprise. David Evans, the other one as well. He wasn't a sitting duck that time.
60.
And comfortably playing Wayne at pretty much the numbers he was at yesterday. 88.09 the average. 3 from 5
100.
on his doubles. And if the truth be told, hasn't really looked troubled in this contest.
Well, let's go back to leg number 1.
60.
A leg that Steve should have won. Easy for us to say from here, of course. He did lose it, but since then, he hasn't had a shot at a double.
180.
He probably should get a dart at a double now, considering that second maximum gets him to a finish first.
In terms of the trebles, it's felt
100.
feast or
Steve,
famine for
130.
Steve. If he's found that first dart, he's found another couple. If it goes above, he hasn't found anything else. But he's found the first dart there. He's found the second dart there. But he cannot find the double eight.
128. When you record 140.
Well, there you do see it. It is there, just in flashes at the minute. And he's going to get a shot at double four to save this match.
105.
Best get it done now because Jones is poised.
Game shot the fourth.
No mistake. And West
Steve
breaks
West.
back in 13. Back to 3-1. And if Steve can hold throw here,
Steve to
turns the match to 3-2, forces Jones to serve it out again, but this
Game
time
on.
under a bit more scrutiny.
Are you a fan of this Simply Steve West shirt? Because I am a big fan of it. I think it's the best one he's ever had done.
100.
And it specifically done by a very popular company that produces a lot of darts players' shirts these days. You can
40.
tell where the colours lie for Steve because he is a big Tottenham Hotspur fan, and although I haven't spoke to him specifically about the colours, they're very much the colours of his
100.
beloved Spurs, who kick off their Premier League season against Leicester City on Monday night, actually looking to win a trophy this year. Well, put it this way, Portsmouth won a trophy more recently than them. A major
41.
trophy.
You're not doing yourself any favours saying stuff like that with so many Spurs fans in this building. Oh no.
40.
He still went for the treble 20, even though it was double blocked by the Robin Hood. He almost did the old John Bowles there, the double Robin Hood.
100.
But this game may well just be beginning to swing because Jones has dropped 3 points in the averages as West has put about
100.
6 on his average. He's on the incline, Steve West, just as Wayne Jones is reclining and receding a little bit.
60. Stevie record 161.
Yeah, 6 darts from this position to save the match.
100.
And there you see, everything he does in scoring is 99% about that treble 20. He doesn't switch a great deal, and even there, he didn't use the bullseye or the 25 to leave the 2 darter.
100.
He would rather leave
Stevie
61
records 61.
than 96 or 71.
20.
And that's why
Wayne
he's all
record
about tops.
160.
Jones finds a couple of treble 20s here. He will get a dart at tops for the match, but he's not going to find him with dart 1. And so Steve will return to make it 3-2.
100. Stevie record 40.
when he's playing well, he doesn't miss this double.
Game shot in the fifth leg. Steve West.
That gives it the full Dimitri Vandenberg shoulder shuffle there.
Sixth
So
leg.
you're just
it's Wayne
beginning to
throw
boil up
first.
now, is Steve.
Game on.
Took him a couple of legs to get going, but it just feels like he's simmering up towards something. And for Wayne Jones here, he has the darts to see the match through. He
60.
kicks off drive with just a 60, and suddenly the door is opened.
Pretty even stuff, actually. 84 and a bit for Steve. 84 and a bit for Wayne.
85.
If Wayne does retract a little bit standard-wise today, he may just be caught by some people who had some decent stuff.
140.
And they might feel a little bit more comfortable on Tuesday than they did yesterday.
It's a good contest without it being a spectacular contest. That's what the numbers we're looking
95.
at reflect. But it's one which is still very much up in the offing. Jones with a slender advantage on throw, one away from the finishing line.
60.
But a couple of legs ago, he was pretty much tunning these visits. They're now becoming 60s. And I was going to say before Steve put one in the single
81.
5 that what were becoming no treble turns were becoming 2-3 treble turns.
That's one of those rare occasions where he does switch. But it does feel like he's waiting for an error from Jones, which at that point does not come. Desperately wants to leave 100. Look at that.
60. When you require 140.
More of a sign that that treble 20 bet is going to be aimed at, come what may.
Jones isn't going to win it for 141. We did see some good checkouts to win matches
85.
yesterday, the most notable of which the 156 of Richie Howson. Jones wanting just 56 to get over the line. It will put him on to 12 points in the group. It will give him a 6-point lead at the top of the group. It will put him in the box seat if he can find tops. And Wayne Jones is beginning to race away with Group A. He opens up a 6-point lead at the top of the pack. And the Wanderer is beginning to bear down on everybody else. 12 points to his name. 6 ahead of Kciuk and Copeland, who go toe-to-toe in our third match of the day. Thirsty work for the Wanderer, but it's another W for the Wanderer. Wayne Jones 4-2, the victor against Steve West. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Kristof Kciuk take on Barry Copeland.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
As in,
And the match,
Steve
Steve
West
West
has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again. 180!
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, it sounds a bit fishy, blend, you know, my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared.
Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108!
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108!
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman!
Back-to-back 9-darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Wayne Jones made it 6 wins from 6 as he got the better of Steve West by 4 legs to 2. That means he has a 6-point lead ahead of the pair that we're about to see here and now. Kristof Kciuk and Barry Copeland, both players on debut in this competition. Both players are a really solid first day's play here at the Super Series. Barry Copeland put in the performance of Monday morning, averaging 103.88 and hitting 2 ton-plus checkouts, including a 161 and a 4-1 win against Richie Howson. For that man in your picture there, Kristof Kciuk, the 44-year-old from Krakow in Poland. He was cracking in terms of the scoring stakes, but then had some problems when it came to the finishing, which he did rectify as the day went along, up against the former World Masters finalist in Barry Copeland, the 51-year-old from Craigavon in Northern Ireland, teammate of the likes of Neil Duff and Chris Gilliland at the Europe Cup in Slovakia later on in the year. But it is the Pole, Kristof Kciuk, that will get it underway in our third match of the day.
95.
The one thing that Kciuk wants to do is to get off to a winning start again, because he beat Brouwer in Game 3 yesterday. He has Game 3 as his starting point once again. But I do get the feeling that he's going to see a little bit more resistance from Northern Ireland's Copeland as opposed to Brouwer, who hasn't had a good start today and didn't get one yesterday. But if I may,
100.
we saw the thumb yesterday struggling on the doubles to start with, but by the end of the day, he was finishing like a thoroughbred.
May well be under the thumb in this first game of the day, because Copeland really threatening the throw of Kciuk, who started up on 306, which means if he hits a 140, he's going to leave himself on a pokey number.
140.
You have no idea how much that annoys me. And a lot of people who sit in this chair. If you're going to succeed at this level, you can't afford to be leaving bogey numbers. Because every now and again, it's just going to bite you. Someone might be on a finish. And even though he has left a double after 12, there was a risk there that Copeland could have taken this first leg in 12 himself, had he left a finish from his previous position. He scored ton 180 and then 15.
32.
If he hadn't scored that 15, there's a possibility Kristof wouldn't have got this shot.
Dictionary definition of inconsistency.
Game shot on the first
But that's
leg.
the picture of
Kristof
consistency. A 15 darter for Kristof Kciuk to get himself up and running.
Against Barry to throw first. Game on.
Yesterday, Copeland was adorned in claret and blue. Looked like he was playing for Aston Villa. Today, he's got the colours of the Seattle Seahawks on. He's changed codes. You've had some great players over the years. Marshawn Lynch. Russell Wilson, who now is the quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers after a small stint in Denver.
If you are ticking off the Paul Nicholson bingo card, yep, the Pittsburgh Steelers and the NFL has been referenced.
100.
Well, if you'd like a little bit of a factoid that involves Barry Copeland, how about this? Because on this starting day, 19 years ago, a certain Michael van Gerwen won his first international ranking title at the Norway Open in 2005, beating Tony Martin in the final. At that time, that was the youngest winner of a male international open at 16 years and 110 days. Then comes Luke Littler, who wins the Irish Open in 2021 at the age of 14. And in that final, he beat Barry Copeland. I wonder if Barry knew at that point that the sport of darts was about to change. I think he probably had the same inkling as all of us, that young man was just a little bit extra special.
I think we all know the first time we bumped into Lucas. Kciuk's left himself on a bogey in a second consecutive leg.
Second time he's had a double bogey this week.
57.
Not always a bad thing. Tiger Woods did that more than once, you know. Started a major tournament with a double bogey and ended up winning it rather comfortably. It's not how you start, it's how you finish.
80.
And if Copeland doesn't take this 80, Kciuk could get away with it twice.
That first dart, I mean, he had to move over to the right, up for tops.
60.
Cannot convert, and Kciuk will get a chance to break Barry's throw and to open up a 2-0 lead. And because his darts sit low,
Game
there
shot
was
in the
always
second
going to be an
Kristof
inviting guide, and Kciuk takes full advantage of it. He leaves 2-0. He's got the break of Barry Copeland, and he's got the game in his grasp. Just going back to that conversation, RE. Luke Little. I think
93.
everybody, when they first saw Luke, wherever arena it was, knew that he was going to be a special talent. I remember commentating on him at the England Open in 2021. It was it was actually my first event I ever commentated on properly, and he was involved in the U final at the age of 14. Was posting an 85 average in the U final and made it look ridiculously easy. I don't know what your first impressions, the first time you saw Luke, either live or on a stream, and you thought this could be the future.
JDC stuff, really. Watching him at Gibraltar, seeing him tear people up. I think every now and again
80.
we get someone like that, and as long as they're nurtured properly, anything's possible, right? And I suppose the last 8 months are history.
83.
And we continue to look to the future. And the future for Kciuk looks fairly promising, because this is a really bright start.
Average in excess of 90, 50% on his doubles.
100.
There's a lot that he can be very satisfied about.
There is cause for whoever wins this game
95.
to feel that they are the closest challenger to Wayne Jones in this group. I know it's easy for us to say that because the winner of the game will go to 8 points, only 4 points behind Jones. But realistically, this is
100.
a very stern test for these two. And whoever comes out on top, and if Kciuk can win this game comfortably, it will get Wayne Jones's attention.
100.
Well, this has been the story of the match. There's a 6-point gap in the averages in Kciuk's favour, and that effectively means that Kristof has always been a score in front of Barry at every single point in this match.
100.
And
Kristof,
this
your
leg no
record,
different.
72.
As he is the one that gets first poke at a double. That's a single 5, so it means that he's now going to have to tread down towards the 17 to leave himself a dart at the bullseye. In it goes, and Kciuk opens up a 3-0 lead.
Kciuk.
It's been solid in the score, and it's been excellent on the doubles. And Copeland, well, he's in a world of trouble.
We always say that people would look forward to getting their fingerprints on the
81.
trophy at the end of the week. Kristof, if he keeps playing like this, might get his thumbprint on it. I said somewhat
100.
cagily yesterday, you can't underestimate Kristof. He will never, ever get major attention because of the fact that he is not the best player in his country.
59.
But you can't ignore the fact that he's been around a while. He's very seasoned. He's very mentally strong.
130.
And I'll say it at this stage, if he's not playing on Saturday night, I will be very surprised.
He comes into this with a respected reputation. Maybe not going there with a
54.
massive bang, maybe not like the likes of Connor Scutt that have been here in the past, but he's somebody that you look at and you think he is built on solidity. There's very much a Darius Labanauskas
60.
type vibe with Kristof.
I think that's about as accurate as you could possibly be. I think that's very fair. Precise, unassuming, good.
He's been too good for Barry Copeland in this game. And this is what I mean about him being a score in front. Copeland's had the dart. They're both on 207. But Kciuk, of course, has had one visit less.
And from this position, he should get a match dart. They were very close on points and leg difference after yesterday. But if this is a sign of things to come for Kristof, he might be the danger man on Tuesday.
Elected for the 18s on the 70. And now has a clear passage on double 16.
54.
Unable to take.
Barrier
He
required.
hopes to come back. But yesterday, Copeland had more ton plus checkouts than any other player. He had 3 of them. And he could find the first of the day here. He's going to have a dart. The double 16. And that was to
75.
save the match.
Kristof requires 16.
And a clap of derision as Kristof readjusts and takes the match by 4 legs to 0. That is a very comfortable win. The performance itself just a shade under 90, and the doubles were again exceptional. Watch out in that department today, because if he keeps that up at around 50% or even 10% less than that, he's going to get a lot of chances, and he did restrict Barry to 2 in that match. So round 1 is in the books, and when we come back we'll see Jones again. Can he be pegged back by Brouwer?
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God!
Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum. 18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series from the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we've completed 3 matches on this Tuesday morning, and it sees that man in your picture there, Wayne Jones, at the top of the table. He has a 4-point lead from Kristof Kciuk in second place. That was after he got the better of Barry Copeland by 4 legs to 0 before the break. Really good performance from him. It was also a really good start to the day for Wayne Jones, who averaged 84.76, 4 out of 7 on his doubles in a 4-2 success against Steve West.
First
Came
player
out the
against
blocks
Wayne
charging,
Zetroy
slowed down a little bit as the game went
Game on.
towards the line, but managed to see the game off nonetheless up against Johan Brouwer, who lost 4-1 to Richie Howson. And if you're wondering whether Johan was being eccentric, well, he most certainly was in that
140.
first game. He's going to have to taper those emotions a little bit up against a man in Wayne Jones who will not give much away.
81.
I think we do call Johan eccentric, but his normal is our eccentric, so who are we to criticise? He might think we're just a bit placid, which is very fair. But what he's got to be is more consistent around that scoring department.
121.
He's throwing some good darts, is the Dutchman, but he's having too many wild ones. And when you're playing someone as in tune as the 12-pointed Wayne Jones, everything you do that is bad is going to be magnified.
39. When you require 121.
Well, this is the picture of a very good leg. Wayne Jones leaving 1-2-1 after 9 darts. Doesn't have to attack it if he doesn't want to, because Johan's all the way back
53.
on 260, but he leaves himself on 68 after a dozen. Hasn't really gone up or gone down really from yesterday, Wayne Jones. He's pretty much playing at the same level, and he's pretty much getting the same joy as a result.
Well, he will understand that what he's doing right now is a winning formula, so you just got to press on and keep doing the right things at the right times.
Johan, you require 106.
But there will come a time in this group where somebody pushes him. It's just a question of whether he has to go further.
The mind was round again. But Jones is going to come back for double 16 to take out the opening leg, but this time he's going to come back under a bit more pressure.
This one goes in.
Game shot on the first leg. Wayne
Guy
Jones.
was just way too inviting.
That's been the story of Wayne Jones' week when it's come to the
Johan
doubles. That's why he's around about 40%, because if that first dart, particularly on the double 16 and the double 8 towards the southwest side of the board, have been good, he's used that marker to perfection.
The definition of a good marker,
85.
because I'm not going to say that every person who sits in these chairs, industry-wide, gets it right, because they don't. But the definition of a good marker
100.
is a dart that makes the double bigger. You can miss that double 16 if you're Wayne Jones
100.
to the lower side, still hit the flight, and it'll still go in. That is a good marker. It's not the same for everybody. A dart just on the
100.
top wire of double top for Wayne isn't necessarily a good marker. Think about someone who's got bigger barrels.
96.
Their good marker might be 2 millimeters outside the bed. Steve West, right on the wire because he can sneak it underneath. Particularly on tops because he leaves it more.
100.
But the definition of a good marker, always remember this, is a dart that allows you to miss the double purely, but still hit the shot.
And it goes back to something you
60.
mentioned quite a lot in terms of knowing how your darts behave. So to know what will help you, particularly with markers, to give yourself the best possible opportunity of hitting a double or a treble, whatever the target area is.
100. Johan, you require 160.
This time it's Johan who will get the crack.
85. When you require
If
100.
Wayne hits this, Johan's not in a crack. He's in a crater. He's only got a spoon to dig his way out.
Look at Johan in the background trying to psych
75.
himself up as he comes back
Johan
for
requires
75. You would have
75.
thought that he was Wayne Jones and he missed that attempt the way he was lambasting himself in the background.
Keep it simple. Well, that's not simple, but it's still a shot.
71.
Last time we
Wayne
saw a
requires
treble
56.
18 that led to a double 2 miss like that, it was the World Final. It was Luke Littler. But this for 2-0 to Wayne Jones. Double 10. Johan's head
36.
sinks to the floor, but he's going to have to put it back up
Johan, you
now.
require 4.
I'm not sure if Johan can play it with this much animation and succeed long term. Double 1.
No score.
The
Wayne, you
same
require
as
20.
yesterday. A slow start. And he
Game
is
shot on the
2-0
second
down.
leg. Wayne
So,
Jones.
let me get your opinion, Henry, because you're not a greenhorn when it comes to watching dart players
The
now.
leg, it's Wayne to throw first. Game on.
With this kind of negativity that we're seeing, with the amount of positivity that he can bring, it's always in an animated fashion.
139.
I don't necessarily think that's conducive to a good career. I think there's got to be a little bit of moulding going on here.
This is where the people around him just got to
43.
just iron out some creases. There's nothing wrong with enjoying yourself and sometimes let your emotion through. But look at Wayne Jones, for example. He's come from a era where you don't give anything away to your opponent.
95.
And if you're Wayne, if you see anything from your opponent, you try and exploit it as a weakness. And so he'll be up there on that hockey and thinking, right, the player behind me is very
60.
visibly showing signs that he's not at it. He's not towards his best. And he was playing at his pomp in an era where if you were in that mode, you would exploit it.
100.
Absolutely. So why do you think Wayne is doing what he's doing right now? Because he senses weakness and he wants to jump all over it.
140. Wayne, you're 167.
This for 3-0 lead. He was 3-0 up, remember, in his game against Steve West. West reeled off a couple of legs, but Jones did manage to win it 4-2.
26.
And even though he's only scored 26, he still has control of this third leg. Brouwer has to find something tangible.
100.
Leaves himself on a finish with a trouble with the last dart.
Did you know that Wayne Jones's old nickname used to be Woody?
90. Johan require
I don't have the information to back that up. It's just something I've found out. I wonder why that is. If anybody knows,
60.
kindly get in touch on the YouTube
Wayne
chat.
require 51.
Why would he be called Woody? Double 16.
$43.
They're the chances that he
Johan
doesn't want to allow
98.
Brouwer to have. He wants to put him away before things get sticky. He's eyeing up this shot like his life depends on it. Double 12. And too
86.
often on the combination shots, he's missing the double
Wayne
by about
require
an inch.
8.
That happened a lot on tops yesterday.
Game
And he
shot
is
the third
once
there.
again punished.
Wayne Jones.
Jones is free up. Johan again cuts a frustrated figure. Very
Already
visible
Johan to throw first.
frustrated figure.
Game on.
He looks like someone who's run for the bus and missed it.
$83.
It's like when you're wearing a white pair of trainers and then you step on a puddle, isn't it?
Well, if there's puddles, you should be wearing
85.
white trainers.
Yep, I learnt that lesson. Well, I'm kind of glad that Wayne Jones has changed his nickname, because if he was still called
100.
Woody, I suppose he would have said every single time he played here, how much wood could Woodchuck if Woodchuck could chuck wood?
Now say it backwards.
140.
That was very impressive, I'll give you that. And it would be
100.
very confusing if his nickname was still Woody and he's playing Luke Woodhouse because he's called Woody.
Would he win that game?
Woody would win that game.
60.
But even worse if Robert Rickwood was his opponent. Jones closing in. Well, at least he was hoping to close in, but Brouwer looking to get his first leg on the board. Leads himself to a 2-darter first. So already missed 5 darts at a double in this game. He should get at least one more. But Jones still creeping up in the background.
Yeah, just in case. Third dart combination, dart low.
58.
Happens every time.
16.
Something's got to be done about it, Johan. But have you left it too late in this game because there's a match start imminent for Jones?
And that match dart is at tops. And that match dart is found. And Wayne Jones gets over the line against Johan Brouwer. He seals a 4-0 victory. and he is now 7 from 7 in Group A. 14 points to his name, and he's just making it look so comfortable, isn't he? He is so efficient, and those numbers representative of that. The average just under 86, the doubling 40%. It is the formula for success at the Live Lounge. And so Wayne Jones won out a 4-0 victor against Johan Brouwer. After the break, we're going to watch Richie Howson in action up against Barry Copeland. The winner will move on to 8.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, blended on my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared.
Yes, you beauty! Nice and high, and Fox has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cox!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious! Wait!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters! Welcome back to the stunning live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Wayne Jones made it 7 wins from 7, getting the better of Johan Brouwer by 4-0, pinning a 116 checkout to get over the line. And so our 5th battle of the morning session sees Barry Copeland go toe-to-toe with Richie Howson. This pair both find themselves on 6 points. It's 3rd and 4th in the table going toe-to-toe, and the winner will join Kristof Kciuk on 8 points ahead of his match against Steve West in the final game from the 3rd round of fixtures. And so Wayne Jones on 14 points once again has opened up that 6-point buffer at the top of the table. And I suppose the big question now over the next couple of rounds of matches is going to be who his closest competitor is going to be, and who could be the one that can just chase down his tail if there is a drop-off on the Wanderer. But if the truth be told, that doesn't look like it's going to happen.
He's just doing what he has to do at the minute. But if we may be frank...
99.
I'm Paul, by the way, not Frank. But if I may be frank, Wayne Jones has played the bottom 2 so far today and has taken advantage of that. His supposed more difficult games are yet to come.
99.
There's no guarantee he's going to walk away with 20 points from Tuesday. He might walk away with only 14. If that's the case, he's catchable. But we do have 2 players
100.
In Brouwer and West, only on 2 points. And the leader at 14. So separation has already happened.
And so effectively, yes, both players would like to win this group A, but it does feel like the loser of this match, their big priority would be to try and get their way into Group B on Thursday and Friday night. It was interesting to hear from Richie this morning, and he does put everything into perspective. And it's the second time he's played a week here. The last time he did, he won the Group A and then got through to the Saturday night finals. Actually, a week won by Adam Mould. But he's not perturbed as to what the direction of travel is. If he has to come back in the afternoon on Thursday, so be it. And he's very much made from that old school. As long as he does, he doesn't mind how he gets to where he needs to get to.
He's not going to be someone who complains a great deal about stuff. He just likes to get on with it. Not using up mental bandwidth on small problems.
146.
He did have a corker of a finish yesterday against Copeland, but it was the only leg he won. It was a 1-4-3. And that was after Copeland had found the best average of the day against Richie and the biggest finish of 161.
Yeah, Barry was brilliant in this game, averaging 103.88. And to be honest, Richie Howson was just left suppressed in that contest. And really, the 1-4-3, they were really the only chances he was getting at the outer ring. But he's going to get a more tangible chance here of taking leg one as he looks up at tops, finds the tops. And that really has been the key to his success, particularly in the World Seniors. One dart in hand at a double, taking it out and stopping your opponent from coming back to the board.
Has Richie got an owl in the O of his shirt?
100.
Just on the back of his shirt. Is there a little owl in there?
Indeed there is.
I have to give him a name. Or them a name.
Oh, don't call it Duolingo no matter what you do.
It'll have to be a name starting with an O.
Ocean the Owl? Owen the Owl? No, we can't call him Owen the Owl.
What did you start with Ocean the Owl? It's got to be Ollie. Ollie the Owl.
Ollie the Owl. That's got a good ring to it. You know what we need now? We need the owl mascot. So we're going to need the Ollie the Owl mascot.
I'm so on board with that. Owls are one of my favourite animals. They are remarkable creatures.
I am working on Halloween Day, so that idea of fancy dress on October the 31st is very much still in the equation.
I'll get back to you on that one. What does Copeland do on 299? You saw Brouwer on this number in the previous match, and he started on 19s. Now, it should be 18s. Can't leave a finish.
136.
See? 163? Should have gone 18s with the second dart. That's what we like to call the Jelle Klassen method, because he is the clever so-and-so that started talking about 57 first, then the 18s, and if you get the single 18, you can still leave a finish.
Well, we did say at the beginning of the week that it is a Group A which is very much comprised of players who are experienced, let's say that. And as a result, we tend to see some of those mathematical moments. Go on, Richie. Fill it up.
128.
He was never going to. All business from Howson as Copeland looks to level up here. 77 left. So double 19 leaves himself double 10. And that was to level it up. And Howson now has a break chance. Took out the 65 in the first leg. Can he find the 56 here?
And remember, Copeland has not won a leg today yet. He is being rebuffed.
46.
But now he gets another chance to get that first double of the day.
Barry require 10. Game shot on the second
And finds
leg.
it. And levels
Very
up at 1-1. Probably a fair reflection on the game, all told. But Howson
against
feel like
Richie
he
to
has
throw
let a
first.
big opportunity to really take command of this contest slip.
80.
I remember a time, going back a few years now, where the tournament director in the Professional Darts Corporation was not the current one. And we had, as part of our players' brief,
59.
we couldn't wear dart shirts or darts pins, or pins from certain things that represented football teams. We just weren't allowed to do it because it would be seen as inflammatory. It's amazing how things have changed. Now you've got something that is unquestionably West Ham United. If anybody was to insinuate that that dart shirt has anything to do with Burnley or Aston Villa, I think Richie Howson might have to find you. But things are a bit more lenient these days. People are allowed to represent what they are all about.
100.
We saw Glenn Darrington, the famous Middlesbrough shirt. Kristof, of course, represents the tune on his shirt. Reece Colley, of course, big Aston Villa fan, has the Villa colours adorned. I think he's going to have a
99.
fun year, isn't he, this year, Reece Colley in the football stakes. And, of course, Darryl Pilgrim, who you will see before too long. He adorns the famous Crystal Palace colours, and he walked on at a Eurotour event last year to
91.
Glad All Over, which is a song that's played at Selhurst Park as the teams walk out.
One of my dart shirts that I got made was an homage to
42.
Blythe Spartans,
Richie
the town I
require
grew up in.
130.
And their manager at the minute is a certain Nobby Solano, who played for Aston Villa and for Newcastle United.
98.
Born in Blythe, but
Born in Newcastle. I'm a Geordie. Just like if you are a Cockney, you have to be able to hear the bells,
59.
the Bow Bells.
Richie require 32.
You're born on the banks of the River Tyne, you are a Geordie, and I was born on the banks of the River
Game
Tyne.
shot on the third leg. Richie Howson.
But the Owl is in front once again, looking a lot more menacing today.
Fourth
The
leg, it's
somewhat
Barry to throw
nocturnal
first. Game.
Richie Howson is operating pretty well during the day today. I think every place has got to be
60.
famous for something, haven't they?
what's Portsmouth famous for then?
Lots of things. Football. Gun Wharf. Spinnaker
26.
Tower. I could keep going on.
That famous meme? You know the meme of the person eating his kebab and chips whilst everybody's having a fight?
Was that in Portsmouth?
That was at a kebab shop in
134.
Portsmouth, yes.
Probably not its crowning glory then. Isn't it the most populated city in Europe that isn't a capital?
Most densely populated city, yeah.
60.
You don't see many dart players with a ring through their eyebrow.
97.
It's almost as if Barry Copeland is someone who used to be in a band that was like Limp Bizkit or Linkin
57.
Park. It's a strong look.
I think him and Johnny Haynes, if that's the type of musical taste he's into, may have a very good conversation.
That's a really good point. And I think they would get on really well with Stuart Pearce.
140.
He loves a bit of punk music.
Well, this is where games can swing, because you may remember that Howson was on the cusp of opening up a 2-0 lead in this match. Was unable to do so. He's way behind in this leg. Even that maximum doesn't leave him on a finish. And Copeland here could level his match up at 2-2. If you have an opportunity to run away in a game, you have to take advantage of it.
60.
Because if he found that double 10, Howson would have been very much drawn into a tight contest towards its conclusion. However, what a couple of visits this is becoming from Richie. And suddenly when Barry looked as if he was in full control and full command, there's pressure on this double 5.
Not this time on double 5.
6.
And he might pay the penalty for that miss.
78.
Because Howson is back for 78 to move 3-1 to the good. He missed the break chance a couple of legs ago to open up a 2-leg lead. And he passes another one by. It sinks low on tops. And Copeland is heading down for double 2 for 2-2.
You can skid off that one. Just like that.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Barry Copeland.
Level we are, but Howson has had opportunities to break a couple of times in this contest, and he hasn't been able to take advantage of either of those chances that have come his way.
You know, I think we should have a bit of fun this week with our social media.
45.
We should try and put all 12 players into a movie poster and make it about them. Think that would be fun? I think there's only one possible movie poster that you could put Barry Copeland on. It's an old Stallone movie called Copeland. And you just put Barry's picture and it says Copeland.
41.
So where would you put Richie Howson? Which movie would you put him on?
Richie Rich. Easy for me to say, by the way.
Although, you could maybe put him on
180.
on a movie poster that's possibly Steven Seagal. He's got a bit of Steven Seagal about him from about 30 years ago.
83.
He does look like a bit of a sensei, doesn't he, Richie?
Well, talking about films, these two looking to trade places in the table because the winner will move on to 8 points. The other will be restricted
94.
to 6 after the magnificent 7th round of matches. And Copeland, who a couple of times has evaded break opportunities, has now got a chance to break himself, move 3-2 to the good, and then have the darts to win the match.
$100.
He will have a chance to go in front. Howson 105 or more to leave himself on a finish to be in that position himself.
120.
It was a great visit until dart 3.
68.
And so after Howson passed some break opportunities by, Barry's going to get one of his own. And takes it on double 16. And Copeland's now in control of this contest. A match which Howson really should have won. Is one which he finds himself very much on the back foot in.
Wayne Jones will be watching this, rubbing his hands. Because his leg difference lead
61.
is not being erased. 7 rounds in and Wayne Jones is on plus 20. That's ridiculous.
It's a domination from the Wanderer.
140.
By the way, the movie poster for Wayne Jones would be Keeping Up with the Joneses. It would have to be. I can't imagine there being a movie called Wayne Jones's Diary.
83.
We'll pretend that never happened.
Imagine if there was, though.
140.
Honestly, I didn't know where that come from. That might be the most obscure thing I've ever said in a commentary booth.
136.
And I've said some pretty obscure things.
You can say that again.
Look at this from Howson, though. It's good, but it could have been better. We did get 121 checkouts yesterday. We got a couple of them. One from Kciuk against Howson.
55.
One from West
Richie
against
require
Kciuk.
121.
121 for Howson. Starts upstairs despite Copeland being on 166 because the treble 15 leads at double 8.
130.
Which goes on the inside.
Well, if I may, Barry Copeland has left 3 bogey numbers in this match. 163, 166 and 159.
Which you require.
If he loses this game, it could well be because of that.
Well, he's left himself on a double to win this contest. And because
No
Howson
score. Barry
went
require
low in the madhouse,
32.
he is going to get his chance. Double 16 to get over the line for 2. And it will put him on to 8 points in the group. Well, single 8 leads double 12. Which he cannot find.
20.
Howson goes back to the
Richie
start. He goes
require
back to double 4
8.
to take us to leg 7.
He's not going to get a better chance than that to win this match, that's for sure. And he is livid.
He knows the error of his ways. And he
He's on the
expected
sick
Howson to punish, and he
Richie Howson.
duly does. And we go all the way. And it is the Owl who will have the
Seventh
darts
and
in the
final leg,
decider.
it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
That exchange there, it typifies mature darts in my opinion. Because Barry was angry with himself for not finishing the match. But he still respects his opponent. Fist pump there. He's not angry at the opponent.
83.
He's angry at himself in not completing the job. And that's often somewhere where people go wrong. They're too busy being angry with their opponent when they haven't done anything wrong. When they should be angry with what they have just done.
96.
It's not their fault if they hit a double because you've missed.
Exactly. What are they there for? To sit and take it? They are on the stage to win as well.
123.
You don't see a game of professional chess when somebody's on checkmate and say, do you know what, I'm just going to move the pawn over here just for the heck of it.
59.
Depends who you're playing. If you're up against Magnus Carlsen, I recently saw him play a game of chess that lasted 90 seconds. And the person, after about 6 moves, just said, actually, I can't beat that. And it was over.
83.
Well, Howson's got Copeland at checkmate now, hasn't he? Barry, of course, had those 3 clear darts in hand at 32 in the previous leg, was unable to take them.
97.
Now finds himself on the back foot, and now it's Howson who has 6 and 2-12 to cross the finishing line for free.
I do wonder who would be the best chess player in the world of darts. Dave Chisnell, maybe? He's good at Lego.
Probably would be the man who's about to vote for the match, Richie Howson.
Wouldn't be
42.
surprised. He's good at everything else.
Richie require 112.
He's got 6 darts from here. If it was a game of cards,
72.
he's holding all the aces. But Barry's looking to draw to get a very nice straight flush. 35 off leaves 172. Oh, not
39.
again.
Richie require 40.
And so Howson gets another 6. Tops of the match. He was 3-2 down. He's had to survive 3 match darts. Double 5. Now has options and decides to
No
burst it
score.
because Copeland's on a bogey.
4 times in a match. I honestly can't remember the last time I saw that, if ever. And look at the luxury that Richie has got. He misses tops, he misses tens.
96.
He doesn't have to go for double
Richie
5
require 40.
because he had the luxury of coming back.
Well, double 7. It's heaven for Richie Howson. And he gets over the line in
Richie
7.
Howson.
He beats Barry Copeland by 4 legs to 3. Had to evade a visit's worth of match starts from the daily, but it is the Owl that crosses the finishing line. In the last leg decider, it's he who moves on to 8 points and just keeps himself on the outside of Wayne Jones. At the tail of the tape then from that particular encounter, Howson winning 4-3. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Steve West in action up against Krzysztof Kciuk.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Line.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeats. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only
needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
On the third leg,
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg, Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg,
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
he needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment. But that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg, Andreas
It's
Harrison.
a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg, Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are all ready for our 6th game of the morning session. Steve West up against Krzysztof Kciuk. It's the final game from the second round of fixtures. We've already seen a 4-0 win from Wayne Jones in. Before the break, we saw Richie Howson get over the line against Barry Copeland in a last leg decider 4-3. And so, let's see what's going to happen in this battle between West and Kciuk. As far as Kristof is concerned, he put in a very good performance in his opener, averaged just under 90, 50% on his doubles against Barry Copeland. So he got over the line by 4 legs to nil. That's for Steve West. He lost out 4-2 to Wayne Jones. He improved as the match went along, but the issue for Steve was a slow start in that particular encounter.
Yeah, the first start's got to be better.
59.
We said that at the start of the day. It hasn't been the case so far, and the dangerous Kciuk, who won 4-0 against Copeland.
55.
This is not going to be an easy game for Steve at all, even though he has got the throw this time. And he did lose to Kristof yesterday.
Well, we said at the beginning of yesterday, Kristof's undoing was his doubles, and if he improved on that, he'd have better success. He showed signs of that towards the end of the day on Monday, and very much set his stall out at the beginning of day 2. You got this sense if he improved, he would probably be the player that would provide the stiffest of opposition to Wayne Jones. And because he won that first match against Barry Copeland, he automatically became that contender. And if you look at the way that the day will go, the pair will meet later on in the Tuesday's worth of action.
41.
Yeah, they're going to meet in game 11. which is a nice time to find out where we stand as we go towards the final 6 rounds.
100.
If that gap of 4 to 6 points is still there, come that match, it almost becomes a must-win game for Kciuk on the behalf of everybody chasing.
121.
But the slow start in this game comes from the pole.
91.
Pole needs to vault as Steve leaves himself on double 15.
$100. Steve, you require 30.
He had 87 left and he went for treble 19. Why would you do
50.
such a thing? Maybe he's trying to condense the amount of doubles that he goes for. And double 15 is part of this tactic of leaving possibly 12s, tops,
85.
10s and
Steve, you
15s.
require 15.
Double 4.
Game shot on the
Nothing
first
wrong
leg.
with that one.
Steve West.
Early lead for simply Steve West. Now, what movie poster would you put him on?
Second leg, it's Kristof to throw first.
West Side Story.
Perfect. And Kristof? Thumbelina.
Oh.
99.
Bit big for Thumbelina, though, isn't he? About 6.5 foot tall.
If the glove fits.
96. $41.
Yeah, this is a really below par performance from Kristof so far. And if you're Steve West, you've got to recognise this immediately and pounce on it.
121.
Wayne Jones, you're lapping this up for all it's worth.
There's something that we haven't talked about with Wayne yet, and I'm just wondering if we should keep it for the next match.
44.
He hasn't lost yet, and there's something we haven't seen yet here in Portsmouth. Groups B and C have been
44.
perfected points-wise. Group A is yet to be perfected.
Paul Nicholson has broken that 30-point glass in case of emergency.
41.
Wayne Jones doesn't care. 1%. But if he was to have Thursday and Friday off, he would be ecstatic.
Wayne Jones will probably win all
140.
15 matches and still say he played rubbish.
Wouldn't be surprised.
We're beginning to establish where Steve's level is by and large. It's around 82, 83. It's kind of what he's averaging here. It's kind of the basis of his play so far this week. And he's looking for 1-2-6 to double his lead. Bullseye! Right on
Game
cue.
shot on the second leg.
Simply
Steve
lovely
West.
from Steve West. He breaks a throw, Kciuk. He leads
Then
2-0
it's Steve
by
to
taking
throw
out the
first.
1-2-6.
Game on.
Second one we've seen. So on yesterday, and now West
140.
is really starting to motor. He does need something like this to get him going. We were speaking to some of his close friends over the weekend, and they were saying that some of the games he's putting in big numbers, but some of the games he's playing, they're a different
100.
format to this. This is its own discipline. I think that's something that Richie Howson was talking about this morning with Phil, because you can play knockout darts all you like,
180.
but when you're playing round robin stuff, it just has a different feel to it.
And also with Steve West, a lot of the darts he's playing, well, that's perfect. You just knew from the first dart it was going to be a max.
180.
We really are hitting the ball now. But with Steve West, a lot of his darts have been in vaults, and they're short, sharp bursts. They're best of 3, best of 5 leg matches. Well, in a 3-leg
60.
burst here, really is
Steve, you require 81.
building up. In this leg, ton 40, ton 80 was on for a potential 11 darter. Could get it done in 12.
65. Kristof,
That would have been for a 3-0 lead in
161.
next to no time at all in the space of 6 minutes.
That would have equalised his best leg of the week. This would equalise the biggest finish of the week.
136.
Thumbnail away
Stevie requires 16.
from getting his first leg of this contest. Double 4 again.
12.
And the chance comes the Pole's way.
Required 25.
When that first dart hit the other side of the wire like that, he would have expected the second one to go in, but Kciuk has missed the single number. 11 left. And he's burst the score. And so Steve West here has been given a reprieve. And now free in hand, a double 2 for a 3-0 lead. Into the madhouse. But he's not on the hill.
This changes everything about this game. It was all so bright. But as soon as you start going round the houses, your confidence is dented.
Game shot on the third leg.
And Kciuk takes full advantage with his second bite of the cherry.
Suddenly, we've got a contest on our hands.
To throw first.
Steve knows that he should be free up. Steve knows that he should have this game exactly where he wants it, but he passed the opportunity by. 2 from 12 on his doubles, and Kciuk back into it at 2-1.
91.
Did you notice that table etiquette of Kciuk as well? I appreciate things like that. Really small things. He could understand that Steve was upset at losing the leg. He was at the table taking a drink, and Kristof waited. That was perfect dart stage etiquette. That's a bit like someone on a green in a really major tournament in golf, where they've missed a really crucial putt, and they're trying to come to terms with it, and you just wait for them to go and mark their ball, and then you start your process of lining up your putt. That tells you something about Kristof. It tells you that he's respectful, and he's not
59.
Green around the gills. He's been around a while.
I think these are two players, aren't they, that, and particularly as we know with Steve, he wants the game to be played in the right way. He wants it to be played in the right spirit, and things like that go a long way in his book.
I don't think we see that as much as we used to. I think that's silent etiquette, because it's not written down. Oh, it's happening again.
60.
That happened a lot yesterday, to his chagrin. And if it continues, Kciuk might not just equalise, he might overtake.
140.
Yeah, about that etiquette though. You go back 20, 25 years. You brought the etiquette, people would say that was wrong.
54.
It was almost black and white.
56.
Now it's more grey.
And I think it's fairly much a societal thing as well, as Kciuk looks at tops for 2-2. When West had a plethora of darts to go 3-0 up in this contest, he was unable to take, and since then it's all been about the pole.
Steve to throw first.
And suddenly, it's 2 apiece, and suddenly it's Steve West who sees his back up against the wall.
93.
I love that word you used just now, societal. Because things have changed. There used to be a time where you didn't leave the house if you were a bloke in the UK. You didn't leave without a tie and a jacket and a hat.
180.
Walk around Portsmouth, you'd probably see someone in flip-flops, shorts and no top. This time of year. In Newcastle, that's pretty much every day.
Well, this match is flip-flopping. Although I do know one or two that like to wear flip-flops in the winter.
59.
I know you're not talking about Rudolph.
In Portsmouth, it's full of Stone Island jackets, isn't it? Even the pigeons wear Stone Island. As West hits a maxi.
I've now just got a mental projection of a pigeon wearing a Stone Island jacket. Other jackets are available, by the way.
134.
Well, Steve.
106.
You've been pegged back, but you've responded. Double 18.
Game
Now,
shot.
if you think that was on purpose,
Steve West.
it wasn't. He wanted a 6.
Sixth player gets Kristof.
But he gets the 10, and he also gets the double 18, so who cares, right? He's 3-2 in front.
His second ton plus checkout of the match, following in the vein of the 1-2-6.
140.
Time's gone by. We have had a bit of a dream match here in Portsmouth where it was Steve West versus Richard North in a semi-final on a Saturday night. So it was West versus North.
98.
Isn't that the exact opposite of Kim Kardashian's child? Aren't they called Northwest?
58.
I'm being serious.
And the war contract at the end of the game was E17. Unfortunately, on a Saturday, you can't
59.
stay another day. Oh no, I bought Christmas up in August.
Let's just stop there. Let's divert really, really quickly. Let's talk about Steve West and the fact that he has won plenty of ranking titles in the past. His favourite country to win ranking titles in, that was Denmark. Because he won the Denmark Open twice. 2007, 2011, and he also won the Finnish Open in 2008. So Scandinavia, a very good, happy hunting ground for him.
93. Kristof, you requires.
Doesn't really surprise me when you consider players of Steve's era. How many tournaments were played in that region at that time, as Kciuk looks to level us up at 3-3. It's a clinical kill on the 64. And we go all the way once again. Just like we did with Howson and Copeland, West and Kciuk will go to leg 7.
Look at that.
180.
The ability to get those darts so close together, I promise you, is not something everybody at this level can do.
And it is a case of it's either
140.
3 darts in or nothing for Steve West, it's felt, when it's come to his power scoring in this game.
And it's the first time all week that someone has had 3 maximums in a match.
140.
What a perfect time to get your scoring boots laced up.
100.
The job could be done in as little as 4 darts. He would take 6. But that could have been a little bit easier. There was a call for possibly the bullseye at 25 with the 3rd dart.
60.
Still got 6 though.
Steve, you require 124.
Should have been 3-0 up. He's all back in by Kciuk. But he could get over the line here for his 3rd ton plus checkout.
84.
But tops comes and goes.
Well, if he's going to miss that tops, he'd much rather miss it high. But for his own confidence, I think he's got to take this
40.
shot right now.
Steve, you require 40.
To get rid of this game before things get very awkward.
It's only his 2nd win of the week so far. Double 10.
20.
Does not go.
Kristof, you
And
require
Kciuk has already scared the
161.
161 in this match.
If he hits it, this would be pure evil. So West comes back this time with 3 at 20 after 4 missed match shots.
57. Steve, you require 20.
He's had 2 ton plus checkouts, but has also missed 14 darts at a double in this contest. Is he the winner of this contest?
10.
Not yet, and maybe not at all. That's 7 mismatched darts now for Steve West. And Kciuk comes back for 104.
There's the 4. He's had 25% of the darts at double that West has had. He's not going to get another one. But this time West comes back for 5s.
And continues
5. The last start doesn't count. Kristof, you're
to miss match starts, and the last start does not count because it wasn't thrown in a proper fashion according to the referee. It may not matter because Kciuk crosses the line after Steve West missed 9 match starts to win the game. Kciuk gets over the line by 4 legs to 3. Steve West cuts a frustrated figure as he departs the stage. Kciuk gets over the line. He moves on to 10 points in the group. He carries on being the closest chaser to Wayne Jones at the top of the group. And that is the end of the second round's worth of fixtures. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Barry Copeland up against Wayne Jones. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Kristof Kciuk got the better of Steve West by 4 legs to 3 to end the second round's worth of fixtures, where Wayne Jones just keeps on winning. It's 7 from 7 so far for the Wanderer. Another good start to the day for Kristof. 2 wins from 2 for him. Richie Howson's also won a couple of matches himself. And as you can see in terms of the league table, Wayne Jones keeps a hold of that 4-point lead, which he had overnight going into day 2. Kristof Kciuk now his closest challenger on 10 points. Howson on 8. Copeland on 6. West and Brouwer still with that solitary win to their name. So then, Jones up against Copeland is our 7th match of the morning session. And for Wayne Jones, he's looking to make it 8 from 8 at the beginning of this Group A. And it has to be said, he has looked really, really comfortable once again on day 2.
Who saw this coming yesterday? Even he didn't think he was going to be undefeated come lunchtime on Tuesday. Copeland has not started brightly today. Averages of 84 and 79, but has lost both of his matches against the throw. At least he's got the darts here to try and topple Wayne Jones for the first time. However, Jones hasn't really
First leg, it's
gone to
Barry
his
to throw first.
massively
Game on.
impressive level yet. Averaging mid-80s, but just doing the right things at the right times. But when he did find his best stuff this week, it was against Copeland yesterday.
Well, Wayne Jones set modest expectations right from the get-go. He said in an interview with Phil Bars that things weren't... He didn't expect big things straight away. And he then said to me when he won 5 from 5 yesterday that he would have been happy with a return of just 4 points.
100.
So this really is a good week against any expectations, or at least he's publicly said of himself.
180.
But it was around about this point yesterday where Barry Copeland was beginning to reach his peak. Around about this stage yesterday where he found that 103.88 average against Richie Howson. The middle of the day tends to be his peak. We do tend to see that with a lot of players because they've had those couple of matches under their belts. They're warming to the task, and then that lag and that tiredness in games 4, particularly game 5, don't begin to really set in.
60. Barry require 160.
Like we said before, it is a different discipline. But I think you're right. It makes sense
60.
that you would find your best stuff from, say, game 2 and game 3. Just depends what kind of player you are. Yesterday, Kciuk found his best stuff in round 5.
55. Barry require 100.
Early chance. At a double.
Game shown the
Loved that,
first
didn't he?
leg. Barry Copeland.
Strikes me as the kind of person you want in your team
Second leg, it's Wayne to throw first.
and not in the
Game.
other team against you.
Well, you look at him and Neil Duff, and you can tell why they've struck such a good partnership for Northern Ireland over a number of years, because they're both very much cut from the same cloth, aren't they? Where they both wear their hearts on their sleeves, and they will give absolutely everything, every single ounce of energy to any cause.
60.
We've just seen from Copeland his outlook on the treble 20 as well, staying up top instead of switching.
135.
Let's monitor that over the course of this game. He's obviously going to stay there with that one.
100.
He's disappointed with a 140 in the end, and that's how good he's feeling at this point of the day. He hasn't got any points today. West hasn't got any points. And Brouwer hasn't got any points. That could stay the same if Jones wins this match, but it will change because Johan and Steve will go toe-to-toe in the middle match next.
60.
There's 3 players that are having a terrific Tuesday so far. There's 3 players that are having a turgid Tuesday so far.
Now, there's a word that doesn't get used enough. Turgid.
60.
There's now a 6-point gap in the live table between 5th and 4th. Because if Copeland wins this match,
147.
he's going to be in the middle with Howson on 8 points. West and Brouwer are in the basement. Double 18. Wayne Jones.
On the second leg. Wayne Jones.
Wonderful shot.
Third leg, it's Barry to throw first. Game on.
Isn't that nice? Lots of congratulations for that shot. One of the best finishes we've seen this week, but not the best. Because the best belongs to this guy.
Copeland's been crucibled.
81.
Maybe that's what we need to call that finish then. The Crucible. Because other finishes have got names. Why not?
The Crucible finish.
80.
Well, 2 legs played, 2-ton plus checkouts, good quality. Copeland having in excess of 102.
And as you can see, Copeland does have his initials on the back of his shirt.
140.
BC. Has many a connotation, doesn't it? It's your favourite place on earth, isn't it, BC?
41.
British Columbia. Yeah, really nice part of the world. Love, particularly Vancouver. It's an amazing city. I once stayed in the same hotel in Vancouver as One Direction. So they were on their global tour. And the hotel we were staying at in Vancouver was the same one that they were staying at. And they were recording their world tour film. And this is a God's honest true story. Now, they were on, obviously, their high-end floor right at the very top. We were just enjoying a couple of weeks in Canada. Now, little did we know that One Direction were on tour at this hotel. We got family, friends out there. And so we decided to all go out for the day. Now, we walked out the building at about 6 o'clock to go out to this restaurant, and there was about 500 people screaming at us because any person who left the hotel they thought was Harry Styles.
So they weren't chanting, Henry, Henry. Let the cat out of the bag. You were there for that concert too, weren't you?
Oh, no.
60. Wayne require 155.
You wouldn't catch Wayne Jones at a One Direction concert. He's too busy banging his head to Metallica or Judas Priest or something like that.
Well, Wayne Jones is seemingly heading in only one direction right now, isn't he?
Barrier require 100.
Well, he's already had 1-ton checkout in this game. He's going to make it 2. He needs to find a treble or a double here. Treble for double 10. Does not go, and so Jones has the break chance. He was 1-0 down in this contest. He could find himself 2-1 up here with a break.
Game shown the third.
Honestly, this week
Wayne Jones
is going the way of Wayne Jones's favourite music style. Because currently in week 11, it's like Lenny Kravitz. Ask the question, are you going to go my way? And the answer to Wayne Jones's week is everything's going his way. He's beating people with good darts, and he's getting chances and taking them when his opponent misses. It's the perfect storm.
You know how we spoke about how Wayne Jones comes from an era where certain things were just considered the norm. And Wayne Jones comes from that era where if you miss, I take advantage. There's no quibbling about. And that is exactly what he's been doing this week. And it's serving him a treat. Barry Copeland's been doing all the scoring in this contest. That's his third max of the match. His average is in excess of 1 ton. But those couple of misses on the doubles came back to cost him so dearly. It costed him his throat. Jones 2 from 2 on the doubles, including that 147 checkout. He won't care about how he's doing things. And again, it goes back to that point. He's averaging 86,
57.
Which, if you take your opportunities, is a dangerous number to be hanging around in this format at this level.
Can he leave a finish from this position? Oh, yeah. Just when Barry thought, this is my leg, Wayne says, hang on a minute. I'm going to give you something to think about. We did see a 143 against Copeland yesterday
81.
From Richie Howson. Does it happen again?
On the back of the 147. 17. Gives himself a dart at double 16, and it's just on the inside. And you could tell he fancied it when it left the hand.
That was a seriously impressive attempt. 2 double tops. He's had a couple of tries at that this week.
63.
Hasn't happened at any point.
16.
But Jones again gets a chance. After that thunderous approach.
On the 4 flag. Wayne Jones.
3-1 up. Is anybody going to stop Wayne Jones in Group A this week? And I'm starting to think that nobody will.
It's one away from 8 from 8. And it's a double A that helps him en route. And on that side of the board, if he has a couple in hand, or in particular a visit in hand, you don't expect to come back to the board. Because if he hasn't found it, he has been close, and that's given him the opportunity to find it with the next start.
I want to go through something about Wayne that a lot of people have probably never known or may have forgotten. Winning something of note in his career has been tough.
100.
In fact, the biggest win of his career was probably his first challenge to a title in April of 2017.
26.
Now I'm going to wrap off a few games that he's been in a final of. And you mentioned the World Masters yesterday, because both of these guys have been in a World Masters final. But 9 years before Wayne Jones was in that Masters final, he was in the British Open final against Alan Warren a Little and lost it 2-1. I'm going to wrap off really quickly here. The people that have beaten Wayne Jones in ranking finals post that World Masters in 99. Richie Davies, Peter Manley,
140.
Ronnie Baxter, Phil Taylor, Colin Lloyd, and Vincent van der Voort. They've all beaten Wayne Jones in ranking finals in the BDO and the PDC.
30.
However, at no point did Wayne win a final. Double 16.
89.
Luckily for him this time, Wayne Jones is not below 400 after 9 darts.
To even call it an off leg is probably putting it mildly.
41.
It's just not happened for Wayne in this one. However, he is going to throw for it in the next. Copeland double 16. It's a 13 darter, but it's only good enough to hold throw. He has to find a break here. And Wayne would know all too well that this was the leg that he was focusing on. The one where he has the darts to get the job done and to seal an 8th win on the spin. Now, we did see signs of this in his game against Steve West, didn't we? When Jones raced into a 3-0 lead, slowed down a little, and West brought it back to 3-2. He was good enough to get over the line on that occasion. But there has been a sign today where there has been just a little bit of a slowdown as the matches have gone on.
$99.
There may be questions posed if Jones does not win this game 4-2.
93.
Yesterday it was just a little bit easier. Won by 4 legs to 1 against Copeland, who had a bit of a middle of the day wobble.
100.
But Jones is not wobbling now. The former European Championship finalist from 2010 in Dinslaken, Germany, where he was having one incredible week there.
81.
But he would ultimately lose out to Phil Taylor 11-1 in the final.
Although that was the peak tournament for the power.
That was peak power.
150.
Lucky to get a leg. Anybody was lucky to get a leg. Jones is about to, you feel, maybe win a leg that wins in the match. Double 16 has been left after 12. He hasn't been taken to a last leg decider all week long. Well, Copeland puts the scoreboard pressure on, hoping that the big call from Binks will just offset Wayne. One left. And there was no way he was missing because the bed was made bigger because of Dart 1 and Dart 2. And Wayne Jones makes it 8 wins from 8. He's halfway now towards a perfect group. And Barry Copeland has lost in that match with an average in excess of 102. And this is why, in the sport of darts, averages are only a guide. Because Wayne Jones, averaging 85.53, has beaten Barry Copeland by 4 legs to 2, who is average 102.28. That 147 was a big turning point in that contest. Jones wins 4-2. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Johan Brouwer in action up against Steve West. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've reached the midway point of our Tuesday morning session here in Portsmouth. Before the break, Wayne Jones made it 8 wins from 8. He got the better of Barry Copeland by 4 legs to 2. That was despite Copeland averaging in excess of 102, 4 180s in the contest, but it was the finishing prowess of the Wanderer that came to the fore. 4 out of 7 on his doubles, including a 147 checkout, and so he's now halfway towards the perfect group. Our 8th game of the day sees Johan Brouwer and Steve West go toe-to-toe. For the pair, they are the bottom 2 in the league standings, just 2 points to their name, and so who is going to double up in terms of wins here?
First leg, it's Johan to throw first. Game on.
Someone's got to. And at this stage, when they're 14 points behind the top dog in the group, they're already thinking
100.
It's going to be some effort just to get into the top 3. The number 1 spot is now out of reach.
26.
If I may pay homage to our friend Wayne Jones once again, because at this very point yesterday, I said he was about 50% on his doubles.
100.
He's done it again. He's 12 from 24 for the day. That's why he is winning this group.
140.
Well, that last game against Barry was the dictionary definition of scores for show, doubles for dough. Copeland 4 180, average in excess of 102. But Wayne Jones, 4 out of 7 on his doubles, an average of 85.5. But if you're fishing on the outer ring, we've said it all week long, and I feel like a broken record because we keep on saying it. But it will do you damage here.
walk up to any aspiring young dart player and ask them, would they rather win or have 100 average?
48.
There's only one right answer. Take the win.
137.
Bit that annoys. I'm going on my soapbox here, okay? The one thing that annoys me, and it really annoys me about younger players, is they win a match and they're not happy
60.
because their average ain't great. There's always going to be room for improvement,
73.
but take the win first and then move on.
Double top.
Game shot.
Take the leg
first
and move on.
Steve West.
And considering how
Second
he
leg,
started
Steve to
that
throw
leg,
first. Game on.
that was incredibly impressive. He started with 26 and he ended with a 15 darter.
140.
Talk about a recovery. 140, 125, 137, 73 out. That's how you do it.
100.
Steve West has really found his focus. And there are particular matches where if
90.
Steve really does get his brain in motion, then you're in trouble because he'll hit everything under the sun. And it feels like this may well be one of those
85.
games.
You know, one of the things about the weekend when he got married was that I've known Steve a lot better over the last 10 years.
95.
Somewhat knew him when I was in my early 20s. I've never known his middle name. And obviously when you get
38.
married, they give you your full name. I didn't know his middle name. So now I do know it. But it's not my responsibility to communicate to the world what his middle name is. That's a bit disrespectful.
85.
But you always learn about people the more you spend time with them. I think that's important. What we've learned about Brouwer this week
42.
is that he is a bit of a jack-in-a-box, and he can't not be. Is this the right time for this?
Game
Apparently.
shot in the second leg. Steve West.
15, 2-0 West,
Delegate Johan
averaging
to throw
100.2.
first. Game on.
Are we beginning to see him really click into gear? Played okay against Kristof Kciuk,
45.
but this is more like the Steve West we became so accustomed to seeing here at the Live Lounge in 2023.
Yeah, I think there's only one thing missing from that second game of the day, and that was
180.
the end product. And at the minute, Brouwer is looking at West as if to say, oh no, you're in that kind of mood, aren't you? And West showed no mercy by looking back.
60.
He's got his eye on 4-0 here to make himself a little better in the old cheer-up department.
121.
You can tell what he's thinking about when he gets that 180. He wants to get another one.
He actually had a little glance up to the commentary box window
59.
at the end of that throw because he knows everything that's at play. And there's one thing Steve likes to do, and that's to
74.
show people what he can do.
Yes or no answer. I know these are very difficult for you, Henry. Does he hit a 9 this week?
140. Steve will record 126.
I'll answer that in the next leg. Because West here is looking to take the 126 out. Crazy as the wire with
140.
double 12. Sorry, 6, shall I say, to leave 12.
He's definitely on it here. But the last thing he wants to do here is leave himself on 3s.
Proceeds to leave 3s.
Game shot in the third.
I don't know why he wouldn't
Steve
want to leave
West.
double 3 because he loves it down there and he leaves 3-0.
Full flag.
Oh,
Steve to throw
Johan.
first.
Well, look at things this way. Steve is playing this game like it is a compass. You might think I'm going crazy saying things like that.
140.
However, the only shots he's had at a double in this match have been at north, south, and east. The only thing that's left
95.
is west at double 11. So is that a sign of where this game's going to finish?
180.
He is averaging here 109.38.
Do you know who he's got his personal best against in ranking action? It's his brother,
58.
Tony. Played him in a European Tour event a few years ago. It was the first game of the evening session on the Friday, and we thought, we don't know what we're going to get from this game. And Steve
119.
went bananas. So come on, Westy, don't let us down. Give us the compass game and go 20, 20,
40.
double 11. He's not going to do it.
62.
Averaging 109.92. His PB is 111.29. He misses tops for a 4-0 win. The average goes down to a measly 105.
Well, now he just wants to get the game won. He's only been throwing in this match for a little under 7 minutes.
100.
This is for the quickest game of the week.
40.
It's been an immaculate display from Steve West. But he hasn't crossed the line yet, and he's missed 4 to win it.
And that's 13 match darts missed in a row over 2 matches. This will be his biggest mental challenge, even though he is 3-0 up.
37. Stevie require 10.
It was so good for so long. For those missed doubles, we'll see the West average dip under a ton, but it was 109 when he originally approached for the match.
170.
Could you imagine the reaction if Brouwer takes this?
Forget about that. It's not possible.
96.
Chipping
Stevie
away,
require
just in
4.
case Steve falters again.
But he won't falter again. And Steve West does get over the line. Well, I don't know what that was all about, but it's all friendly between West and Brouwer. Steve running out a 4-0 winner with a superb performance. In the end, it was 95, but up until he went for his first match-winning double, the average was 109. It's fair to say, Steve West is back. And he's back in the winner's enclosure, a 4-0 win against Johan Brouwer. Coming up next, Kristof Kciuk takes on Richie Howson. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw a really good performance from Steve West. He got the better of Johan Brouwer by 4-0, averaging 95.43, and that only really told half the story. He was averaging around about 109 before missing a number of match darts across the finishing line. 4 from 12 in the end on his doubles, but it was a performance that looks as if we're going to see Steve West going and moving in the right direction. Who's going to move in the right direction here as Richie Howson takes on Kristof Kciuk. It's felt like a while since we've seen these two on the stage. Kciuk can move on to 12 points, 4 behind Wayne Jones who will win. However, if Howson wins, he'll be on 10 points, same as Kristof, who have a 4-point gap from Barry Copeland in 4th respectively, but perhaps more pertinently and importantly right now, Wayne Jones would have a 6-point gap at the top of the table, and he'd have the possibility of opening up the gap between himself and Kristof to 8 if they won in the 4th round worth of matches.
100.
Things are transpiring in the right direction for Wayne Jones, but in which direction is it going to transpire in terms of an upward trajectory for this pair in this match, do you feel, Paul?
I think this is probably the toughest game to call all day. I think Kciuk can definitely count himself fortunate to have stayed unbeaten after the West game.
180.
So maybe he's just a bit more susceptible than Richie is, who's definitely playing better today than he was yesterday.
135.
But there is a likelihood with this game that you've got 2 unbeaten players, that maybe this turns into the best game of the week so far. Because we've had dominant displays.
60.
We are yet to have that really good humdinger match where both average mid to high 90s and it goes 7 legs.
Trail scores, 74 left. He will square up for tops and will hope that there's a return. Unless Howson can bring the house down with the 161. He's already had a 156 this week, but he's not going to add another big un to the collection. And so Kciuk leaving tops after 12, and he's going to get a go at it.
Require 40.
That is a wonderful marker.
Game shot on the first leg. Krzysztof Kciuk.
When you say those words, and the person then hits it and proves why it's a good marker, it just goes to show what is a good marker. He moved the previous dart and nudged it into that double 10.
81.
Now, I just want to confirm just how much experience Kristof Kciuk has. He made his debut at the PDC World Championship in 2010. He's only been there twice.
40.
But I'm going to wrap up some names here. And this is when the PDC World Championship had prelims, when they played best of 7 legs, funny enough, because that's what we're playing here today.
180.
And if you didn't win that game, you weren't going through to the first round proper.
$140.
And when Kristof was there, he lost in that prelim to Haruki Muramatsu, who has played here and had a pretty good journey to a Saturday night previously. But some of the other names in those prelims, Christian Perez, who is on the tour right now from the Philippines, Per Larsen, one of the best Danish players of all time, Ken McNeil from Canada, Norman Madu, who's still playing for Guyana now,
100.
Jarkko Kommila of Finland, Thomas Seiler, who we recently lost. Tragic news about Thomas.
47.
Magnus Karras of Sweden, Egan O'Neill of Ireland. I don't know what Egan's up to these days. And last person I'm going to mention is good old Phil Hazel.
97.
Of New Zealand.
148.
What a lovely, lovely man.
So it's going to be a lovely, lovely finish. No is the answer for Howson. So Kciuk's going to come back for double 12. He's left himself on a double after a dozen darts in both legs in this match so far. Looking for back back-to-back 5-visit legs. It could be back-to-back 15s if he can find double free. And because he doesn't
21.
convert, Howson is back
Richie require
to level us up.
8.
Double 4.
Game's on the second leg.
You just
Richie
trust
Howson.
Richie, don't you, with 3 darts in hand to convert at some point,
Third
and there was
against
no
Kristof, the
mistake there.
21st.
Well, that's such a
Game
big
on.
word. Trust in this society, isn't it? But when it comes to sport, and in particular singles sport, you've got to trust yourself. If you're Max
100.
Whitlock on the pommel horse, you've got to trust your strength and your coordination. If you're Richie Howson, you've got to trust that you're going to hit that double. And today, we all would trust him with 3 darts in hand.
140.
Coincidentally, after that debut in 2010, Kciuk would have to wait 14 years to play at the World Championship again at
81.
Alexandra Palace. And he wouldn't win a set because he was on the end of a hiding from Connor Scott. 3-0, but that does somewhat paint a bit of a dim picture.
140.
But Kciuk did get 3 legs in that game, and he did play at a decent level of nearly 92.
120.
I think he's a better player now than he has been for the majority of his career.
But Kristof and Connor Scott are very good examples of players that have played well, but if you
100.
just lose your timing at the wrong points, you can find yourself susceptible, and that's part of the reason why we're seeing them play here instead of ply their trade on the Pro Tour.
So true. It's a cutthroat school.
120. Richie require 121.
If this goes in, Howson will be the favourite for the match. Does he reach the halfway point first? Not yet, at least.
58. Kristof, you require 80.
Should get a dart from here. That's just below the treble bed. And that might be perfectly situated for
Game's
tops.
on the
Indeed it
third
is.
leg.
And Kciuk is
Kristof
2-1
Kciuk.
to the good. Really good contest, this.
Full back, it's
Kristof
Richie to
averaging
throw
a ton on the
first.
nose.
Game on.
Howson averaging 103 and is behind.
The only other World Championship appearance that Kciuk has had was at Lakeside back in 2019, which is something you
41.
mentioned, Henry. He did win his prelim on that occasion against Brian Locken by 3-1. He beat Dave Parletti, the 11th seed, in the next round by 3-1 as well, but it would ultimately lose out to a Modus Super Series
190.
commentator, Scott Mitchell. And a world champion, of course.
60.
Well, we knew the couple it wasn't going to be when we said Modus Super Series commentators.
All right, steady on.
Steady on Kristof. Only goes 4 in.
It was actually a Modus Super Series commentator that won that
98.
tournament in Glen Durrant, beating Scott Waits in 10 sets.
Remember being there for that.
$60.
The last BDO World Championship final that was played at the Lakeside.
$41.
Do you know something? I was there too, and I remember that week being a real celebration. We didn't know at the time that things were about to change in that regard. We were all
82.
screaming for change in that regard, but we didn't know if it was going to come. But there was a celebratory feel to Lakeside that year for Mikuru Suzuki winning her championship. That was extra special. And we all went on the stage on the Saturday night. Myself, Chris Mason, Scott Mitchell,
130.
a lot of people were there. And we celebrated 25 Lakesides for Martin Adams. He did the full walk-on in front of a Saturday night Lakeside crowd.
44.
And that was
Kristof
before
required 52.
Jim Williams played Glen Durrant that night. That was an amazing evening.
Double 16 for the break for Kristof, and that's a
He's on the
14
full
dart on the back of the couple of
Kristof
15s
Kciuk.
he's had in this contest. And he leads 3-1, and he has the throw for the
Prepare
match.
against
It's actually
Kristof
become a
to
little
throw
bit of a
first.
tradition now, because they did that the last year, the BDO running of the Lakeside, but in the couple of years that the WDF have been the tournament organiser for that particular competition, there is now a tradition on the Saturday night between sessions, because a lot of the people that buy tickets tend to
91.
buy it for both the sessions on a Saturday. That actually between the sessions, whoever the pundits are or whoever's in the crowd, or in terms of staying at the Lakeside that week, in terms of guests or players that played in the week, they actually send them on the stage and they do their
60.
walk-ons in front of a crowd before the second Saturday night session. It's become a little bit of a tradition now. Which means on Saturday night, you're going to have to do your walk-on
60.
Where?
here in the Live Lounge.
Good luck with that. But if there's enough clamour for it, and if you are coming down,
81.
I may have to bow to a little bit of peer pressure. But why don't you get yourself down here on Saturday night then? We'd love to see you. We'd love to meet you. This is a very intimate venue. And that is the QR code you need. If you want to book your tickets,
60.
Might want to be quite swift. As we go towards the end of this series, tickets are at a premium for this Saturday, next Saturday, and as far as Champions Night is concerned, they are sold out.
83.
But there are other tickets available via that QR code as well.
If you're lucky enough, you may see Paul Nicholson dust the sunglasses off.
55.
Some habits never change.
There's no dust on these bad boys.
45.
Especially when the weather's so warm outside. There's no dust on Kciuk either. Again, it's been really, really good. More evidence to tell us that we cannot underestimate this guy. Think about some of the weekly winners that we've had in this series. And some of them are not attaining the levels that Kristof is. At which point do we take him seriously?
140.
It might not be today.
170.
It might not be tomorrow, but come Thursday and Friday, I think we might have to. He is the closest challenger to Wayne Jones in this table. He's not faltering either.
98.
And he plays Jones
Richie record 92.
in game 11.
That slow start is really beginning to cost Kciuk, because he really is building up as we speak. But Howson is looking at the bullseye to bring it back to 3-2. And that first start of the 25 was the perfect guide to then nestle the last in on the ball. And Howson breaks back, brings it back to 3-2, just when Kciuk thought he had an opportunity to win the contest.
I'll tell you how good that guide was in the 25. It might as well have had a luminescent jacket on, holding a flag in the air saying, "Come on in." Kristof can still win this match, of course.
100.
And get to 12 points. 4 points adrift of Wayne Jones. But his leg difference is still more than 10 away. So effectively,
59.
even if Kristof wins against Howson, it doesn't feel like 4 points. It's more like 6.
$58.
An annoying diversion into the single 5 for Howson.
I've just realised something that Wayne Jones and Kristof have got in common, actually. Neither of them
60.
have got an international ranking title between them. Isn't that amazing? That Kristof hasn't won anything like the Polish Open or something in Austria or Hungary or Germany. Nothing. Same for Jones. 2 really good stalwart players of the last couple of decades, in Wayne's case, probably the last 3, and they don't have an international ranking title. That is astonishing.
100.
I mean, Moreno Blom was here, 2 weeks ago? He's got 4. That's just an example.
43.
Richie Howson's got 1. Won the Viking Cup.
I know that's one that he very much cherishes, and you can understand as to why, but Kciuk could be cherishing a crucial couple of points here.
100.
That Tum leads him on a 2-darter. Howson can only set up in return. But again, he's having another diversion away. This time to the right-hand side, but recovers well with dart 2. Decided to head down for cover on the 19s, leaves himself on 106. If this 83 doesn't go, this for the match, and to keep himself to within 4 points of Wayne Jones at the top of the table.
It's China shop time. Where's the bull? There it is. What a great shot from a very good player.
Kciuk.
And for the second day in a row, Kristof Kciuk is asking questions of almost everybody. That was a really good performance. His average dipped by about 3 points towards the end, but he had the crescendo by hitting that bullseye for the biggest finish of his game. The 92 from Howson was to save the game, and he only had 2 darts at a double, miraculously. So, we go into the next round of play. Copeland up against Brouwer promises much.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Kristof Kciuk take a step in the right direction by getting the better of Richie Howson by 4-2. We also saw Steve West beat Johan Brouwer by 4-0, and Wayne Jones beat Barry Copeland by that 4-2 scoreline. And, well, the conundrum as far as the top of the table is concerned is Wayne Jones has moved on to 16 points. Kciuk on 12. Richie Howson has been penalised for that defeat because he is now 8 points behind Jones at the top of the table and is looking precariously over his shoulder towards Barry Copeland, who is the final player in the top 4. And so into our 10th game of the session we go, and we've got the precociously talented Barry Copeland in action. He takes on Johan Brouwer, the enigmatic Dutchman. What we're going to see in this particular duel, Paul Nicholson?
We could see anything in this game, including word of the day. Pandemonium. Apparently it is word of the day, according to the internet. So, when it comes to Johan, everything is never boring. And in a somewhat self-inflicted way, he's been incredibly loquacious today, hasn't he? That means chatty. But he's not saying it out loud.
First leg, it's Johan to throw first. Game on.
Can he get off the mark for the day? And the same could be said for Copeland.
.42.
Well, Johan has won just the solitary leg so far today. As for Copeland, well, his disastrous start was compounded with that defeat to Wayne Jones, averaging 102.28.
99.
But was on the wrong end of the scoreline.
I think what Barry is learning today is that no day is like the other when it comes to Modus Super Series action. He's probably looking at Wayne Jones thinking, how are you doing this?
100.
This is hard. But it's not Wayne's first rodeo. This is the first rodeo for Barry here. Even with all of his experience, he's learning very rapidly
41.
that gaining points is very, very difficult. However, the opportunity presents itself against Johan.
90.
And if he doesn't grasp it, he's going to start looking behind him in the table instead of up. Or in front of him. Because he's still in the fight for the top 3.
60. Johan require 170.
Well, this would be magnificent if Brouwer could have taken out the 170. Copeland back for the 160 to
24.
get the break and take the early ascendancy in the contest. Another one of them. Would have left tops.
118.
Leaves himself on a
Johan
2-darter. Forces Brouwer to
146.
take out the 146. Who on the back of leaving 170 could not set up at all.
60. Barry required 42.
Now, what does he want to leave? It's going to be double 16. Oh, it's not. He's going to try double 18 this time.
Game shot in the
Good
first
plan.
leg. Barry Copeland.
Very, very well executed.
Second leg, it's Barry to throw first. Game on.
You've been to Northern Ireland, Henry?
I haven't, no. Been to the Republic, but not Northern Ireland.
I've only been to Northern Ireland twice. And both times,
91.
they were very, very quick visits. I went to Belfast for the day. Flew in, flew out on the same day. So I didn't really see much of it. The next time, I was diverted there on a plane and spent, 5 or 6 very uncomfortable hours in the airport before coming back to Gatwick. And all I've heard from people is that it is one of the most beautiful countries.
82.
If you go off the beaten track a little bit. But I think yesterday we were talking about how the Netherlands is a small nation
60.
that punches almost above its size. What about Northern Ireland? Look at McIlroy. Look at Darren Clark. Look at Norman Whiteside. Look what he did at football in the 80s.
George Best.
180.
Correct.
Of course, has a world champion in Neil Duff. Daryl Gurney, of course, World Grand Prix Players Champion. Josh Rock, who
60.
looks as if he's knocking on the door of a real big one at some point in the next couple of years.
They have amazing chefs. And amazing produce as well. Incredible country.
55.
Hosted the UEFA Super Cup back in 2021 when Chelsea won that particular final up against Villarreal of Spain.
43. Barrier required 93.
Frustration starting to boil over for Brouwer. 9. Now that's a really interesting play, isn't it? He takes it out, fluffs up his own confidence, but there was an opportunity there to split that, and he chose not to do it. Interesting board management from Barry.
Well, this has been a performance which has shown the real vindication as to why Barry Copeland was given an invitation, but it's fair to say that Brouwer looks a bit benign right now, doesn't he?
119.
I'm surprised it's taken so long for Barry to grace this place. But if we may say so,
100.
over the last 2 days, for Johan, it's been a bit of a nightmare on London Road. Is there an Elm Street in Portsmouth? Because if there was, he'll have found it by now.
We have an Elm Grove, which has some lovely
60.
restaurants. Really nice restaurants. If you like your Thai food and you like your Chinese food.
You're so local, do you know that? So local. You know every street.
180.
Well, from famine and the mere mention of restaurants makes Johan feel like a feast. And he's got company.
180.
So feisty.
161.
In a good way. And nothing is coming Johan's way
60.
easily.
Barrier
It's like he's at an all-you-can-eat restaurant and there's no cutlery.
Copeland's averaging 97 here. And could find a 142. But cannot find the bullseye. And so Brouwer back for 101 to try and get something on the board in
92.
this contest.
Johan required 101.
He's got double 18. And he's found it.
The third leg.
Wonderfully done.
Johan Brouwer.
Great recovery. Because if he doesn't hit that, he's staring 3-0 in the face.
Answers on a postcard.
We've got to start our own comic strip with Johan and just put in the speech bubbles.
60.
There are more players like him than people realise. You travel enough to different countries around the world. There are characters everywhere. North America, Australasia, all over Europe, in the Far East, in Africa. There are players just like Johan who are boisterous and bubbly and garrulous.
$96.
Who's the chattiest dart player you've ever met?
Oh, that's easy. Cameron Crabtree. That boy can talk.
Are you forgetting Richard North?
Oh, yeah, Richard North, of whom you did an interview with him once. And the only question you asked was, "Hi, Richard, how are you?" 2.5 minutes later, you had to cut off the answer and say, "Thank you, have a good day."
That's about right.
Cammy Menzies is up there.
140.
And I'll give you another one. Tony Woods. He can talk.
I've known Tony more than 2 decades. He's not that chatty. Not compared to Alex Roy.
55.
Don't see Alex playing darts anymore, which is a bit of a shame. I really like that guy. If anybody knows how he's doing,
100
or knows him really well, pass on our regards. Alex is a hell of a chap. Well, Brouwer's finding his way back into this game, isn't he?
45.
He's chipping away at the resistance of the daddy.
Wow, he's gambled.
68.
But he got a dart at the double eight, so
142.
all's well but ends well, even if he has missed. You can't argue when you get the dart at the double, but Copeland may have got a bit of the hump there with Brouwer by not electing to go for the bullseye.
I think he changed his plan there as well, didn't he?
94.
Because usually he'd go bullseye there.
60.
He decided to do something different. He has not taken his eyes off that bed.
Game
And it works.
Johan Brouwer.
16 points of his 16th dart, and level we are at 2-2. And these two
Johan to throw first.
just beginning to meet in the middle a little bit. Copeland was running away with the encounter, both in a scoreline sense, but also in a statistical sense. Well, they're just beginning to meet in the middle, and they do meet in the middle in terms of the scoreline. But Johan, who's worked his way back into the match, is unhappy that he can't kick on.
You look at the setup here of Barry Copeland. He's got a Gary Anderson dart.
100.
Orange flight. Two-tone stem. You think it's pretty standard. But look at these darts. They've always been fascinating to me.
60.
They are custom, which means that they are a design that he has created. This is pretty standard stuff, isn't it? But I want you to get a look at these darts of Johan Brouwer. Look how skinny they are. They look like a supermodel with a fascinator on.
100.
Massive flight. Skinny stem, skinny point and barrel.
Do you know what's gone through my mind about Johan Brouwer?
100.
He won 2 qualifiers to get here. Could you imagine his reactions when he hit that winning double?
That's a good point, actually. I can imagine that being quite a happy occasion.
140.
And what he's proving this week is that you can win qualifiers to get here, to get your chance. But when you're here, it's harder.
That's what we say about players when they win their tour cards. Yes, it's a great achievement winning at Q School. But realistically, that's just a small drop in the ocean compared to what the actual end result and reality is going to be.
It's only where the journey starts. In fact, you have to work even harder
41.
once you win through Q School. Ask any top professional who has done that. So Brouwer has a chance of the lead.
91.
Can he take his chance?
100.
And remember, this is only to hold. If he doesn't take it, he could be broken.
90. Barrier
He
required.
says, why have you not gone in? Why have you not obeyed? And Brouwer could be in bay or at bay here because Copeland is looking at double 4 and now double 2. Well, Brouwer's been reprieved here.
Johan require.
Well, on his last shot, he was making the kind of signals that you see when a plane is brought into the airport. Now, he's on double 4, but only just.
Is he taxiing ahead of takeoff?
2. Barrier require 4.
It's like an EasyJet flight. He's delayed.
Two. Johan require 8.
We did have a leg like this yesterday in an earlier match. And
No
we
score.
go back to Barry.
Barrier require 2.
And I'm not talking about Barry in Wales. I'm talking about Copeland. Too safe.
Game shot.
Very safe. That's the only time you'll see somebody celebrate a 23 darter.
I don't know. Johan Brouwer could.
Barry to throw first. Game on.
penny for his thoughts right now. He had plenty of chances to hold his own throw, but now
100.
I suppose the question is, can Barry close it out to get his first win of the day?
Well, Barry looking to get it right.
100.
And who knows, it might be like one of those adverts. Bang, and the darts is gone.
Who's your favourite Barry?
Oh, God.
Because there are plenty of Barrys in the world.
60.
Oof.
Barry Humphries, remember him?
Well, I wasn't going to mention Barry from
58.
EastEnders, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Awful answer.
There's just something inside so strong about it. Have you ever seen him do Barry?
Starting
Oakley?
to wish I hadn't asked.
60.
To be fair, that might be what I might be performing in the karaoke later on today.
You'll find me 2 miles in the other direction, and each wall will have a Paul Nicholson-shaped hole in it.
140.
Mine's Barry Bates, obviously. The mere mention of his name just has his walk-on song ringing through my ears.
140.
Well, Copeland is within a very short distance of himself where he is right now and getting 2 points. And if he does get them, he will be level on points with Howson, who is currently in 3rd position. So this is really important for his quest for the top 3.
Incidentally, Gareth Barry is the Premier League's all-time record appearance holder.
Thanks, Stato.
57. Johan required 140.
You never let me down.
103 to save it. Not going to happen. And so Copeland will return for 84 to get over the line for 2. It will put him onto double digits in terms of points and temporarily into 3rd.
Barry for 84, looking to fry Brouwer on double 11.
62. Johan required 52.
Missed the big number. The frustrations creep in. He's going to get 1 dart at tots to take us all the way.
32.
Dragged below. Where you could feel the FUD before you saw the reaction.
Required 22.
Well, at least we could in the commentary box as Copeland goes to double 11 to see this match through. Has to move across. What can he find of that?
Top half, that's it. That is an incredible dart. And he really enjoyed that, didn't he? As somebody told him where the lens is. Oh, the cataclysmic difference in the mood on the stage. As Barry gets his first win of the day and Johan Brouwer is like a hearse leaving the stage. He is despondent. That is a wonderful shot from the daddy right there. I cannot begin to tell you just how much he couldn't see of that double 11. But what we can see is the way he won this match. The averages weren't great, but Barry was the better player. He got the most chances, and the key thing was winning leg 5, wasn't it, to get that 3-2 lead. So when we come back, it's time to see the game, the most important game so far of this group. Wayne Jones, the man at the top, against number 2, Krzysztof Kciuk.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match. Steve West has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, blended on my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? So on a 177 and a 180, he's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cook!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
Sixth max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious! Wait!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where that man in your picture there, Wayne Jones, has won all 8 of his matches so far in Group A. If he wins this match against Kristof Kciuk, he'll open up a 6-point lead at the top of the group going into the final round of matches on Tuesday. Kciuk, his closest challenger, in second spot. Jones beginning this game on 16 points. Kciuk starting it on 12. It has the sense of a game on or game over moment as far as this Group A is concerned. If Kciuk can win it, then he keeps the Wanderer to within a couple of points. However, if Wayne can keep on winning, well, he may well begin to see the finishing line in front of him. Simply put, Kristof has to win this contest, you feel?
I have to agree. If Wayne establishes that 6-point cushion with 1 game to go today and 5 tomorrow, I can see him protecting that well. But this has got to be his stiffest test, right?
58.
You'd have to say so, because Kristof really has improved, hasn't he, to date? We knew that on Monday the scoring was okay. The doubling improved towards the end. It was piecing that jigsaw together, which today he's done so.
100.
4-0 winning against Barry Copeland, 89 average, 4 from 8 on the doubles. That was followed up with a 4-3 success against Steve West. Again, 4 out of 7 on doubles, average in the mid-80s. Then really upped it against Richie Howson, 92.5, 4 from 9 on the doubles. And Wayne Jones has been hanging around the level we kind of come to expect of him all day. Mid-80s, but good on the finishing. 84.76 against Steve West, 4 from 7 on the doubles, followed up by an 85.89, 40% against Brouwer. That was then followed up by a 4 from the 7, 85 average against Barry Copeland, who had 102 average
41
against him. And Wayne here has left himself an 81 after 9. He's on for a potential 11-dart leg if he can find double 12. But he's got plenty of time on his side.
Hasn't he just? We've just registered our 26th maximum of the day, which is 9 better than yesterday already. And we've got 4.5 matches to go. Now that inflates
24.
How little we got in the maximum department on Monday. He's done really well there. That is a 15-dart start from Wayne. And when your opponent is that far back, it's so easy to say, I've got plenty of time. I'll get it done. But you've got to get it done with urgency. We saw earlier on today, when Steve West played Kciuk, that he had plenty of match opportunities. He had 9. He didn't get it done. And when Kciuk had his chance, he stole the match away.
You mentioned the 180 totals. He actually looked generally...
82.
The standard across the board today has been better than what we've seen on day one. It felt like every player has improved, maybe with the exception of Johan Brouwer, kind of stayed along his
45.
level that he found himself on Monday.
I think in most cases, the standard has to go up on a Tuesday, doesn't it? Because some people come here on debut. Some people might be coming back from injury. Some players might be just a little bit cold.
75.
There's no excuse on a Tuesday. You've had 5 matches of best of 7 legs and the practice time as well. And you know exactly what to do, where to go, all the timings, all of the intricacies. There are no excuses when it comes to Tuesdays and Wednesdays.
Just going to divulge for a second. You know, earlier we were talking about famous things in Portsmouth. Just had a message from a friend of ours, someone who's going to be playing at Champions League, Neil Duff, who knows this place like the back of his hand. He could probably get a second job as a tour guide. He's mentioning you could go to Charles Dickens' birthplace and go and see the Royal Navy at the dockyard.
That's true. There are some wonderful buildings here to do with the Royal Navy, especially when you're going towards the coast. Some really historic stuff here. And in the last few days, I believe there was a very large warship that came back here. The Queen Elizabeth?
Yes, it was, yes. So what we should do, working in conjunction with our social media team, is we should head out and do some film with some players on in and around some of the landmarks and things like that.
Trying to put his flag into double 10. And that could be costly. We've seen a few very good ton plus finishes today. Is this another one? Well, there's your answer.
Jones isn't going to add the 120 to the 116 and the 147, and so Kciuk will return for double 5 to level up. He's been good on his double today, but it was the Achilles heel on Monday when he went 2 for double 4, and by hitting the double 2, he's left himself on something worse, double 3.
On the second leg.
Well, it's one of the more bizarre
Kristof
double-doubles
Kciuk.
you're ever going to see, but it doesn't matter for Krzysztof Kciuk because he's levelled this encounter up.
Game.
Yeah, you don't see that very often. I thought he was going to try and do a James Wilson there. Double 2, 2 double 2 for 10.
100.
Yeah, this is the town as well where the famous Ark Royal
100.
came home after it was decommissioned. And that is... Well, let me ask you the question. You know about that ship, right?
Yeah.
How is that ship regarded in Portsmouth?
Very highly. To be fair, all the warships here are regarded very highly. The Ark Royal, the HMS Victory, but in particular, we have very much a soft spot for the Mary Rose.
Whereas the Ark Royal was the northeast
96.
ship, because that's where it was built and fitted. My father actually worked on that ship. And when it left the River Tyne in 2010, I was on the banks of the Tyne watching it go out. It was a really emotional moment for thousands of people.
Have you had the chance to go to the Mary Rose Museum yet?
Not yet. All in good time.
I have to put that on the bucket list. And you can put the darts on your bucket list because you can come here in Portsmouth, you can see all the sights of the city, and then in the evening converge for an evening of tungsten action. Scan that QR code. It takes you to a website called www.dartshot.tv. And for just £2, you can be here on a Saturday night to enjoy all the drama. And who knows who you could meet along the way.
Well, the forecast for Saturday is pretty nice. Around about 22 degrees, sunny. Get yourself down to Portsmouth, go shopping, go for some food, and then come to the darts. Sounds like a wonderful day.
Also at home at 12:30 on Saturday against Luton Town.
Now, what's going to happen next in this game? They seem to be sparring with each other at the minute. Jones hits the front. He's the one protecting the throw, and he's doing a pretty decent job once again. And just to prove your point, he's averaging in the mid-80s, and his doubles are good enough. This is how he's doing it.
We've actually had communication about Wayne Jones and not being a ranking event title, because he actually does have one in the World Seniors division. He has a solitary ranking event title win. Now, this was back in the times when qualifiers for the majors, the World Championships, the match play, the Masters, now they counted towards the money system. Now, they don't go down on our computer systems as ranking wins in the same ways that, say, WDF events, ADC events are put down, but technically it counts because that event was put onto the Order of Merit.
So why am I not counting his Challenge Tour victories then?
Count them all you want.
I'm not. And even Wayne doesn't. It's different.
Do you want me to apply to said person?
It's absolutely not correct. Because if we're talking about an international ranking title, we're talking about something like the Denmark Open, which is what Steve West has won twice. Seniors is different. Development Tour is different. Challenge Tour is different. We're talking about international ranking titles, and neither of these guys have got any.
Sorry, Wayne, I batted your corner. Well, that's me told.
97.
The majority of people would agree with that. As much as we'd like to count Challenge Tour victories and Seniors victories as international ranking titles, it's different when it comes to majors. If you're world senior champion, it's different. If you're champion of champions, it's different.
Kristof, Kciuk.
You know what I'm saying?
I get your drift.
It's different if it's televised.
Game on.
2-2 it is, and once again, how many times has Krzysztof Kciuk left himself on a double after a dozen darts? Another 13 darter for him. Just keeps himself an interested part in this contest, and he may well be doing to Wayne Jones here, similarly to what Wayne did to Barry Copeland in his previous match, where he has a lower average than his opponent, but has been proficient enough in the finishing stakes to give himself opportunities and take those opportunities when they come.
I've got a bit of extra hot sauce on that argument, by the way. Because I spoke with Mervyn King years ago, and we talked about his major wins. Won the World Masters, of course. He actually counted winning the British Open as a major. Now, it may have been looked upon as a major back in the 80s, possibly in the early 90s, but it is not seen as a major in modern day darts. So I don't count that. And I think most people would also say that's the case. There's a lot of ambiguity. Now there's a word. When it comes to things. And I'm not going to go down the route of what's a major and what's not, because it's been talked about more than anything else in this sport. What we should be talking about right now is who's going to win this match. And that 145 from Jones could change this match into his favour if Kciuk does not find a 12-dart leg.
What to be, and so Wayne Jones is lurking at the little fish.
89. Wayne require 130.
Can't beat a bit of little fish lurking. Now he's getting a look. Is he looking?
89.
Well, he has a look as the dart goes by.
Require 32.
But Kristof might be able to change things in this table just a little bit. If he wins this match,
16.
He could be within 2 points, but that's crucial.
Wayne require 41.
He can't give Wayne Jones chances this week.
Because he mops up. And look where he's heading. And look what he's finding. And look at the position that he's in. Because once again, he's 3-2 to the goods. And a reminder that so far this week, Wayne Jones has not been taken to a last leg decider. And if he breaks here, he'll continue that trend.
They've just got to stop letting him off. If he's not bulldozing his way through the game, he's surviving every game with very little stress.
140.
And this is where he makes his kick. It's almost like a swimmer when they're in the 800 meters and they've got a couple of lengths to go. They know they're heading towards the finishing line.
59.
And now stretching all of his energy to try and cross it in the most convincing of fashions.
Well, if you're in the case of that French swimmer, Léon Marchand, just give him the race, give him the medal.
100.
Swims about as efficiently as a dolphin.
There's two things that own the water, sharks and Léon Marchand.
60.
Although I'm pretty sure they both don't live on krill.
Fish are friends, not food.
85.
And in the case of Wayne Jones, just keep winning. Make him feel it at this point. Put him under pressure.
140.
If Wayne gets a 140 or a 136, he will fancy that he could win this match in the next 15 to 20 seconds.
140. Kristof, you broke 119.
Has to go. Simple as that. Should get a dart.
Have you ever seen anything like that?
36.
What's just happened? 99. My word. I am speechless.
Wayne Jones.
Krzysztof Kciuk had a chance to take us all the way, and Wayne Jones, he probably hasn't got a clue what's just happened. We will dig into that into the next game, but the main thing right now is that Wayne Jones is on 18 points, 6 points ahead of his next challenger, which was his opponent in that game. Wayne doing Wayne things, good on the doubles, decent average as well, and he is now within 2 points of 2 perfect days in a row. When we come back, it's going to be West and Howson, but that isn't going to be the only thing we're going to talk about.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he's
there.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that pie face dominated throughout.
welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Wayne Jones made it 9 wins from 9. He's almost 2/3 of the way towards the perfect group after getting the better of Kristof Kciuk by 4 legs to 2. And so the final match from the 4th round of matches on this Tuesday session sees Steve West and Richie Howson go toe-to-toe. These two know each other fairly well. Two players that really are kind of the epitome of the Super Series and affects more broadly outside the PDC system. West very much has become one of the faces of the Super Series because of his successes at the Live Lounge over the last 18 months, 4 weekly titles. And Richie Howson, really a staple name of the World Seniors. And so you could say, in terms of darts outside of the Pro Tour circuit, this is a little bit of a heavyweight clash.
There's no little bit about it.
$95.
Now, can we address what happened in the last game, please?
Absolutely.
Because Kciuk has got 119. The only thing that we can come up with is that when he's got the 57 to leave 62, he thinks he's left 72. He's gone for the 20s to try and leave double 6 with a 60. Doesn't get it. Then he hits another single.
100.
Doesn't even flinch. Wayne Jones doesn't flinch. He doesn't even see that he's left double 11. He missed his chance to go 12 bull to take us all the way to the 7th leg. And Wayne Jones threw another little mire.
And still hasn't been taken to a last leg decider all week long. That is the dominance that he's exerted so far.
Big shots on. Bullseye.
128.
Good leave.
Stevie Rock 121.
Well, he's already had a 1-2-6 today. Can he find the 1-2-1? Bullseye.
78.
And that was
36.
the target he found for that 1-2-6, but he can't find it there. And so Howson, free in hand, a double 18. And so far today, he's been good free in hand, but he's no good there.
28. Stevie required 43.
3 in tops every day of the week and twice on Sundays if he does play on Sundays. Which this week he won't.
Steve West.
But the question is, will he be playing on Saturday?
Second leg, it's Richie to throw.
He is not going to be doing that with Thursday and Friday off. And for someone who's coming back from injury, is this a good thing that he's going to be playing all week?
62.
Or a derogatory thing?
At this point, you're thinking Group B. Just because of all the factors that go with it. He can give his body a bit of a rest on Wednesday night going into Thursday. And then when he's playing late on Thursday, he's only playing 4 matches.
It's a big possibility. If he beats Howson, he'd go to 6 points. Howson's on 8. Copeland's on 8. Brouwer all the way back on 2. But if West was to lose again to Howson and again to Copeland, like he did yesterday, it might be Group C.
Well, it's a possibility if West wins this game, the group submerges into Wayne Jones running away with it, Kristof Kciuk just being sat on his own island, and then Copeland, Howson and West
96.
all vying it out for P3.
Just got this vision right now of David Attenborough getting off a helicopter saying, "Hello and welcome. We're looking for this endangered creature on Kristof Kciuk Island."
177.
Oh, look, someone's left double 11 again. This time, the right way. How on earth has he found that 60? That is a ridiculous dart.
Double 11 levels us up at 1-1. 13 data for Richie Howson. Do you remember around about game 5, game 6? Whenever it was, you said, this has been a good week, but we haven't had many contests where people have been throwing haymakers at one another in terms of numbers one way, then fourth. Well, I know only a couple of legs in,
81.
but West is averaging 97 and Howson is averaging 106.
Keep it coming, lads.
100.
There are other things happening in darts this week, of course. There's a World Series event in New Zealand. The New Zealand Darts Masters will take place in Hamilton. That will start on Friday. The Challenge Tour is back this week. And that's going to be interesting, isn't it?
41.
There are people at the top of that order of merit trying to protect their position. And people who have done very well here recently. Currently at the top, you've got Danny Jansen and Christian Kiss, but being chased down by Andy Bolton, Connor Scott, Wesley Plazier, John Henderson and more. That's going to be fascinating.
I think what's going to be very
43.
fascinating to see what kind of mood Connor Scott goes into that particular weekend. I would be surprised if by the end of the year, Connor Scott doesn't occupy one of those top 2
100.
spots.
Yeah, he could have a hot couple of days. And people do have a choice as to where they play at this level, of course. And we don't take for granted that people
83.
are here. People who are here want to be here desperately.
100.
That was a confident 140, wasn't it? I said earlier that Steve West has been very proficient in winning tournaments in Scandinavia. The Swedish Open's on this weekend as well in Malmo. Good luck to all the guys and girls going to that one.
40.
Fair to say, Andreas Howson will probably take some stopping in that.
Great shout. Great
Age
dart.
on the third leg. Steve West.
West goes north and finds himself in front once again.
Fourth leg,
Well,
it's Richie to throw first.
We were wondering when it was all going to click for West. Now, we haven't seen him since that 4-0 drubbing of Johan Brouwer in Game 8, where he averaged 95.43, but it was actually around about 109 before his first match dart. And in this game, he's averaging that 95 mark again. And this was one of the things that we were talking about with Steve before dart was thrown earlier this week. We don't quite know where the radar is, but if he can begin to find it at some point, he is going to be dangerous. The signs are he is finding that radar and then some.
He's now got more than
60.
double the 180s of yesterday. He's got 9 today, so that department is starting to click.
The Rice smile as he hooked dart 4 just above the treble 20 white.
60.
Even if he walks away from today with only 2 points, there's still a lot moving in the right direction.
100.
Could walk away from today with 6 points. I
37.
think I remember seeing that yesterday as well. He did lose his last 2 matches to Wayne Jones and to Kristof Kciuk. But that looks a little bit better now, considering they are the 2 best players in this table.
26.
And also, you can maybe forgive Steve for the fact that it was his first day back and the energy levels maybe just began to zap a little bit.
Do you know what, Henry? I think
100.
you're being very fair by saying that, but he wouldn't think that way. He says to himself when he wakes up in the morning, there are no excuses.
140. Stevie Rock 124.
54 needed. There goes that chance. This really has been a decent game. Both averaging well over 90.
63. Richie require 50.
For 2 apiece, 2 in hand, a double 16. And
Gage
level
on the fourth
we
leg.
are.
Richie Howson.
2-2. Can't prize these apart.
Fifth leg, it's Steve to throw first.
I just wanted to pay attention
Game on.
to both players in this match at this angle. Look at Steve's elbow. Very, very static as the arm comes through. Beautiful
140.
technique. But look at the elbow of Howson. So much movement. It's all about timing this throw. It goes down, then it goes up.
60.
It's very much a lobbing technique of propelling the dart, whereas Steve here throws from the back of the barrel with Minimal backlift.
60.
All forward motion from the back. And propels it with ease. But two very different ways of being a very good dart player.
When you look at the starting
100.
positions, for Howson it's close to 9 o'clock, where for Steve West it's close to midnight.
140.
If you get where I'm coming from on a standard clock. So Howson starts down and the big hand's at 9, as you can see there. Just starting there around about 9 o'clock, whereas for Steve, he comes all the way back up to the top of the clock and towards
60.
midnight.
Steve, you've
I honestly thought you were starting the lyrics of Thriller there when he said it's close to midnight. There's something lurking in the dart.
42.
Now, Steve, are you about to show us how a 119 is actually done? However, now that Richie is not on a finish, you can just lay up as you see fit.
Steve, you've 119.
This is how you do it.
100.
Well, he got one dart closer than Kciuk did. At least he got the numbers right.
However, he's heading up to double 5, which has given him some troubles over the course of Tuesday. Howson not going to find another trouble to leave himself on
81.
a 2-darter.
Steve, you've required 10.
But again, more troubles on that double 5. Down for 2s.
6.
He's been pretty good on tops most of the day. But 10s, 5s and 2s have not been good. Those tertiary doubles need some work.
55.
Now that is a word.
Steve, you require
Tertiary. It's one of my favourite words. It means third level, as in colours or numbers.
Is this the tertiary leg for West? No.
No score. Richie require 85.
And so, this leg goes on. And Howson now has the break chance. He was a long way back. And he's now going to get a couple of tops. He's got a lot of the left-hand side to look at, but he cannot find.
Steve, you require 4.
Steve's got to win a leg like this. He's been losing too many of them. And he has won this one.
On the 5th leg, Steve West.
And even though that is just a 22 darter, that is a big win.
Fair gets Richie to throw first.
Because he snapped a little streak there of losing those kinds of legs.
$121.
I wonder how Steve's feeling about the chances of Tottenham Hotspur this Premier League season, and how Richie's feeling about West Ham now that they've signed Aaron Wan-Bissaka this morning.
Well, Steve West will be thinking like Robbie Williams, won't he? For it all, they play the way they want to, thanks to Big Ange Postecoglou.
Apparently, Wan-Bissaka signed a 7-year contract.
Oh, not another one of them stupid long-term contracts.
140.
How's that soapbox feeling?
Nico, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's just a further damning indictment of the direction the sport's going in.
Yeah, Newcastle gave Alan Pardew an 8-year contract. What's your point?
And in that 8-year contract, you had to pay him off for the rest of the 8 years, was appointing Steve McLaren.
Okay, you've made your point.
Look at Mikhailo Mudryk. 7-year contract. If he wanted to play for the under-21s and sit on the bench, he can do. Anthony Martial, Man United.
60.
Another example. Anyway.
161.
One of the strongest words in the English language. Anywhere.
137.
Oh, you can go pretty much anywhere you like from here, because Steve is making his own way to a second win
60.
of the day, potentially.
Steve, you require 24.
Double 12 for 4-2 win. And a 13-darter to boot. Steve West is just beginning to up the levels and beginning to look like the man that was a 4-time weekly winner in this building. The smile is beaming from ear to ear and the wins are beginning to build up. At the tail of the tape, another average in excess of 90. A 4-2 win means that There's a very interesting middle portion of the table now as we head into the final round of fixtures for the day. We kick off with Krzysztof Kciuk against Johan Brouwer. It's live, it's next.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Line.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg.
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Howson gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Ross Smith, is it
Darius
a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
game shot on the fourth leg.
Just like that. Only needs the one. There you can see
that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Howson. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg.
It's a breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the beautiful, picturesque Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. We are here for the Modus Super Series and we are heading into the final round of fixtures on day 2. And as you can see, Wayne Jones has a 6-point lead at the top of the table from Krzysztof Kciuk in second place. That was after Jones beat Kciuk in the last round of fixtures. Copeland, Howson and West, well, they're all keeping themselves very interested in the middle part of the table after 9 rounds of play. We kick off the final round of matches with Krzysztof Kciuk up against Johan Brouwer. For Brouwer, it's been a day to forget. 3 legs is all he's accrued so far up against Krzysztof Kciuk, who has to come back and try and win this last game. He's licking his wounds a little bit following a 4-2 loss to Wayne Jones in the 4th cycle of matches. But on the basis of play today, you would have the poll down as the big, heavy favourite to get the better of Johan, who's had another day which has been really toilous for him.
Game on.
This is not the right time to be playing Krzysztof Kciuk, in my opinion, for many reasons. He's coming off a loss of 4-2, where he made an error. I'm not even sure he knows that he made an error at that point. But his ability to respond from defeat yesterday was very, very good. And he also played his best game yesterday in his last game, which is this one.
43.
Likelihood of Brouwer winning this game? Well, let's face facts. He won his last game yesterday, so why not? But he's not playing anywhere near as well as Kristof today.
Is it fair to say Johan's the only player that's regressed from Monday?
120.
I might say that Barry Copeland might have regressed a little bit without looking at the numbers in a microscopic way.
100.
But I think Johan knows at this point that Group C is calling his name. Not that there's anything wrong with that, because people have won many a week from Group C.
100.
Whether they've been relegated from Group A or not.
Andreas Howson won Champions Week from Group C, of course, last time.
Didn't he just? What a turnaround that was. This week, we're going to have debutant Paul Milford. That word debutant, it's really interesting, isn't it? Because sometimes it's labelled at someone who might be playing the biggest thing they've ever played. Well, Milford is an England international times over. A bit like Jamie Atkins, who was very useful
45.
very recently on that stage. Didn't make the Saturday, though. Carl Sneyd and Alan Norris will be here in Group C as well. I'm not sure Kristof's going to be in Group C.
30.
At this point, if I was to hang my hat on something, it would be Group B for him.
It would have been a case of hang on to your hat if Brouwer took out the 136, but he looks
60.
almost tired, doesn't he?
He did actually walk to the venue this morning in a hat, did the Dutchman. I suppose he's got no hair to ruin.
Game shot on the first leg. Kristof
Leg one is ruined, though. Now Brouwer's got a hold, otherwise he's going to be in a very familiar position at 2-0 down.
Against Johan to throw first. Game.
Yeah, I've been having some correspondence in regards to Paul Milford, and the intel that I've been getting has been very
81.
good. Practices a lot with Owen Bates, of course, good friend of ours here at the Super Series. Went on to get his tour card at the beginning of 2024, and he was saying that
58.
Milford's been doing some good stuff in those practice sessions. And so he's going to be a very handy operator.
100.
As for the battle for Group B, it has got a lot of uncertainty. We will sort all of that out tomorrow from 9:30 a.m.
43.
as we will have the final day of Group A for you live on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. In Group B, you got Keelan Kay coming back, looking to make his second Saturday
60.
here. Kurt Parry looking to make his third Saturday, and Gary Stone, who was the favourite for the week before a dart was thrown, he's looking to make his fifth Saturday from 6.
Reminder, after the session's finished, that there's plenty of bonus content to enjoy, courtesy of the Super Series
60.
YouTube channel, including an interview with the world champion, the world number 1, the world match play champion, the world Grand Prix champion, the Grand Slam of Darts champion. We go on and on and on and on. Luke Humphreys is available
58.
to watch as he sat down with Chris Murphy, winner of the Premier Inn League once. That's available to enjoy.
85.
I haven't watched that yet. I might watch that later.
Yeah, that's a better watch than the Premier Inn League, trust me.
Watch your step, Deacon. Oh, look at that. That's beautiful.
180. I had a
Beautiful darts from Kciuk. If this was a Beatles song, you could have said Cuckoo Kciuk.
Well, Brouwer looked like he was going to fall asleep for a second there. Well, he has looked as if he's fallen asleep in this match. And Kciuk, when he's on 66, and we know that's famous for its route and the Lightning McQueen checkout. And so it could be Kachow for Kciuk. Is it? No.
48. Johan, you require 32.
Two 8s. Missed it by the same margin.
Game shot on the
But
second.
does find
Johan
double
Brouwer.
4, and even he looked a little bit embarrassed by that one. Purely because the double 16 and the double 8 were missed by, yes, that much. wonder what's going through his mind right now.
100.
There's so much going on at the same time. It's like watching a robot that's out of control.
58.
R3D3 on the stage. You said robot that was out of control.
Wasn't there a robot called R2D2?
60.
In Star Wars.
Yeah.
Which was a robot.
So why R3D3?
Because it's a robot out of control.
Okay, we eventually got there.
Well, I thought it was fairly
57.
simple in terms of explanation, but obviously not.
Not what I had in mind. I was thinking like those mechanical arms that you see at car factories. When they go a little bit out of control, they just don't make sense.
A little bit like the ones, you know, when you go to the arcade and you
41.
think, I'm definitely going to get that teddy bear, but it just drops just before it gets to the win zone.
Almost like that kind of thing is planned.
Don't ruin my fun,
140.
Nico. There goes my birthday treat.
Look at this for a treat. You're watching one of Poland's best dart players up against a newly
121.
crowned Dutch international. Now think about that for just a minute. Imagine how proud Johan
60.
is of being put into that team and following in the footsteps of some people who have also worn the orange. It's remarkable. The likes of Scholten, Van Barneveld, Van der
97.
Voort, Klassen, Plezier, Stumpy. I could go on and on and on. Forever. Once he throws that first dart, he is
94.
thrown for his
Double
country
record,
in his
82.
country's colours. That is a huge honour. Double top.
Game shot.
Mr. Tidy strikes again.
Kristof Kciuk.
2-1 Kristof. Well, this
Well,
was
look at
the
Johan
team
Trophy.
that played for the Netherlands last year in the WDF World Cup. Jelle Klassen, Barry Van Peer, Ryan de Vrede, Wesley Plezier. Two of them in Klassen and Van Peer
57.
are now tour card holders. Plezier is going to be a tour card holder. Let's be frank about it. That's the kind of esteemed company that he has to take over from. Obviously,
60.
Plezier is going to be in the team this year.
What a time to play with him. Arguably in some of the best form of his life. They are going to take some stopping, but
100.
there are plenty of countries in the Europe Cup which could spring a surprise. Like Sweden.
Howson, Tingström,
45.
Engström.
Is that the team?
I believe so, yes. That was what Victor was telling me a couple of weeks ago.
If I'm being honest, I fancy them to
22.
win it.
Swedish darts is in an incredible place. In matter of fact, if you could spin off a week
97.
and we were allowed to jet off somewhere to put this in another country, Sweden for me would be high up on the list.
Depends what time of year. December?
100.
No. June? Yes.
How about September? Should we go in a couple of weeks? Just
We can easily go to Sweden, but we wouldn't get paid for doing this.
79.
Yeah, but 2,000 miles off track. Now, this is a game
140.
where Johan is competitive. He must stay with that. If he makes one silly mistake, that could be all that costs him.
100. Johan
That's how this game is
82.
going. Two eights. He has not
Game
made an error
shot
there.
number
That is a
4
really
there.
good pickup.
Johan Brouwer. Fifth
pick
against
me up.
Kristof to throw
Buttercup.
first.
And we are
Game.
back at 2-2. So 2 apiece in this game between Kciuk and Brouwer.
96.
This is game 13 of 15 that we're bringing to you on this Tuesday afternoon from the live lounge in Portsmouth.
96.
Both players scoring 96 for their first turns, 4 or 5 apiece after 3.
Why do I get the feeling that... I mean, you see some players who play their 5th game of the day and they look spent.
99.
I look at Kristof yesterday when he beat Copeland 4-2 in game 13.
140.
Hang on, I've just been woken up by an alarm clock that sounded like Johan Brouwer screaming into the ether. Oh, it did happen. I've lost my train of thought.
60.
I was just about to say that Kristof Kciuk could probably go again because he looks that fresh.
95.
Well, if he got pent up over 140, if he takes his big fish out, we're going to need ear defenders in this building.
140.
That's the strangest thing I've seen since Marvin van Velsen decided to go to war with Conan Whitehead.
One thing we learned about that is there's finally somebody in this building louder than Owen
106.
Binks.
I've got headphones on and I heard it. Oh, it's double 16. And he gets it right.
On the 5th leg.
Johan has a good leg. And he is
Kristof
completely
Kciuk.
battered out of the place.
6 leg, it's Johan to throw first.
Right now, if he was standing on a gold mine, he'd come up with dust.
Raise of the eyebrows as he threw his first dart. Just when he thought maybe his luck was beginning to change,
60.
does it swing back in a negative direction? The shoulders slump. His head looks up to the heavens.
Do you know the way that his week is going right now? I know that he hasn't played his best darts yet.
95.
But he could walk into a 3 Michelin-starred restaurant and they'd say to him, I'm sorry, all we've got left are chips.
They'd be good chips, though.
100.
Kind of missing the point, Henry.
Come on, Nico. Glass half full, man.
Although, you might be curious to know that the triple
57.
cooked chip actually was created for the first time in a 3 Michelin-starred restaurant called the Fat Duck in Brouwer, Berkshire, by the famous Heston Blumenthal.
100.
There's a mindless factoid for you.
We'll remember that at the next pub quiz. Came third last night, in case you wanted to know.
55.
Did you get any darts questions?
No, but we did get a question about Chris Evert right.
The last time I went to the quiz with you guys, one of the sports questions,
140.
it was so perfect. And it said, which Welsh darts company manufacture dartboards that go on the wall at professional darts corporation events? And we all said that cannot be a question.
180.
And we pressed W on the keypad as fast as we possibly could.
You had the shirt on that night. Repping. 63 left here for Johan.
41. Kristof, you require 114.
This could be his final shot of the day. If he gets the maths right. He did get that right. But the execution,
38.
not so much.
Johan, it requires 60.
To take us all the way to a last leg decider, Johan Brouwer looks at tops. Double 10. Does
50.
not go. And that could be
Kristof,
that
you require 76.
at the end of a tiring, gruesome day for Johan Brouwer. But it may have to be 25 bull here.
Not this way. Not, oh, it's a lie as well. Not this way.
51.
Pinches the wire, but it
Johan
pinches the
required
other
10.
side. And Brouwer's going to split. And that's just about in the single 2. And that's why he steps back. And look at the focus. Look at the steely-eyed
Game's
determination
on
as
the
he
sixth
takes the
leg.
double
Johan
4
Brouwer.
that takes us to a deciding leg.
7th and final against Kristof to throw first.
He hasn't been that bad on double 4. He's been really good, in fact.
Problem he's had is he hasn't been able to hit the single 2 to leave in double 4.
There's one thing we haven't mentioned in this game so far, and I was leaving it in reserve. Can you imagine Wayne Jones in the practice room seeing Johan Brouwer win this game?
43.
He'd be going full on Monty Burns, giving it the old excellent and tapping the fingertips to each other.
Well, if he's not watching the match, he will hear Johan win.
59.
As you mentioned, Johan won his final game yesterday.
100.
And he's looking to win his final game today.
We talked yesterday and today about famous people of a certain name.
60.
Are there any famous Johans, apart from Johann Strauss?
Cruyff?
Of course.
Oh, here's one for you, Nico. Johan Kabay.
140.
Different spelling, but I see your point.
Great player for you.
Great player. Now Kciuk has started to slow down.
44.
This is where Brouwer gets his chance. If he doesn't take this chance, there's a risk he may not win another game in this group.
100.
And he looks like someone who refuses to leave without a win today. And you've got to applaud the motivation that he constantly has.
So then Johan Brouwer, without a win to his name on Tuesday, steps up at the hockey, 118 points away from eventually getting that elusive W. He needed the treble 20 with Dart 2 to give himself one at double 19. But should he return, he's got 3 in hand at double 12, and Kciuk has to take the 153 out. This would be a stinger for Brouwer, but he's not going to take.
93. Johan required 24.
He's worked hard for this. It's not been the perfect day at all for Johan Brouwer. It's been a day of disaster until that point. Once again, Johan Brouwer saves his best till last, winning his final game on Monday and now winning his final game on Tuesday. He gets the better of Krzysztof Kciuk by 4 legs to 3, and it means now Wayne Jones overnight could open up an 8-point gap at the top of the table if he could get the better of Richie Howson. That's in game 15. Meanwhile, game 14 of our day sees Barry Copeland take on Steve West. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Barry Copeland and Steve West is our penultimate match of the day. Before the break, we saw Johan Brouwer get the better of Kristof Kciuk by 4 legs to 3. That opens up the door for Wayne Jones to have an 8-point lead at the top of the table if he wins the final match of the day. We will digress into that one as need be right at the very end of proceedings. But in the middle of that, Barry Copeland up against Steve West. West has actually got better as the day's gone along. Really beginning to hit his stride up against Copeland, who had a very good debut day, picked up 3 wins, but has only had the solitary success on Tuesday. And if West can win this one, and Jones beats Howson, you'll have Jones ending the day on 20 points, 8 points ahead of Kciuk. You'll then have a gap of 4 from Copeland, Howson, and West, who would all be on 8. Interesting times ahead.
Just a little bit.
24.
Everybody's got points today. Copeland wants to leave with 4 points. If he doesn't,
66.
he's going to be one disappointed puppy, because he was in a very strong position at the end of yesterday. He has relinquished a lot of the control that he got on Monday. But things are brighter for Westy. More 180s, more chances, more points. He's still left points out there.
22.
But all you can do is better than before. And he has today from yesterday. If he continues that tomorrow, Group B could be his destiny here in week 11.
41.
The daddy could have control of things, or the daddy could have a dilemma. Daddy issues.
55.
We mentioned that Europe Cup. Barry Copeland will be there alongside Chris Gilliland, Neil Duff.
140.
That Northern Ireland team will be a side that'll be very hard to beat, because you've got good quality players who've got a lot of heart and a lot of guts, and that is a very hard combination to crack.
44.
Definitely one of the most competitive team competitions in world darts.
Amazing to think, a couple of years ago in that squad was Scott Williams and Luke Littler. Now they both made World Championship semi-finals at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, it's amazing what can happen in the little space of 1 or 2 years. I've always said there's a very fine line between players at this level and the next level.
85.
That's why I've seen somebody average over 120 this year in Connor Scott.
Double 18. 1-0 Copeland. Beautiful finish. Succulent finish for the Irishman. Well, we said it before, haven't we, that players' A games here don't differentiate too much from the tour, because there's a very high level in there. But the biggest difference, and we mentioned the likes of Kciuk, we mentioned the likes of Scott, because they're prime examples for this, is that overall 26. B game. That is what separates the good players from the great players.
It is. And did you just use the word succulent?
Yes.
You know the guy who was part of that famous video of the succulent Chinese meal? He sadly passed away this week, didn't he?
60.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. You must know your judo well.
No, he was a character.
I heard about some of his prison stories. It's incredible.
Imagine if he was a dart player.
54.
He'd gesticulate and probably complain more than Johan Brouwer. He's not complaining anymore, by the way. He's just won his first game today.
43.
You mentioned words, and there's a commentator who's a good friend of mine. And he commentated on the radio on a promotion moment, and there was a goal right at the very end. And I'll never forget his commentary line. Nonchalant, brilliant, promotion is achieved.
29.
Small words, and one word can sometimes mean a lot, particularly in the broadcast game. There's a little tip for anybody who wants to get into journalism. Sometimes less
60.
is more. I've just been told in my ear to take my own advice.
I think from a talent perspective,
100.
when dart players make the game look nonchalant, they are playing their best darts. I've said that about MVG, I've said it about Taylor, I've said it about Barneveld, and the same goes for the likes of
102.
Anderson and Lewis. They've all got that quality, and Humphreys has now got that quality as world number one. What now feels nonchalant is genius. Whereas
60.
people who work too
Steve, you
hard
require
on every single dart, they'll never achieve the kind of things that those players have, because it needs to be almost autopilot style.
56.
West has left himself on 114 to level it up at one apiece.
This is fabulous.
174.
It's better than that.
Stevie, record 140.
Timing. Now a treble 18 needed by West.
74. Barry required 20.
Tops left, but Copeland can double up.
2 12s for 2-0. Double 6. 2-0 Copeland. And he gets the breaker
Barry
throw.
Copeland. Third leg, it's Barry to throw first. Game.
We were saying earlier that BC has connotations. We talked about British Columbia. It is, of course, why we have the year 2024.
81.
Because if you go the other way, it was before Christ, right? AD is Anno Domini.
$100.
You know, in 5 BC, they didn't actually call it that, did they? I wonder what they called it. Because Christ wasn't there yet.
135.
So I wonder what they wrote on their calendars or on the tablets or anything like that. So how did they keep a track of the year?
I would try and ask somebody, but I don't think there's anybody alive from that time.
I need to have a look at some paleontology
83.
books, I think, or some history books. Fascinating though, isn't it? How did they keep the time when there were no watches and clocks? Sundials. That's what they used to have. But how did they know what
48.
year it was when they didn't really know? They were very, very smart back then, though.
Shall we move on?
That's the kind of thing I think about.
140.
Fascinated by history. In 2,000 years, I hope there's somebody sitting in a chair or something high in the sky, maybe on Mars, saying,
54.
I wonder what it was like to be alive when Steve
Barry
West was playing
required
darts
97.
3 days after his wedding.
I'm going to be honest with you, Nico. I don't think anybody's ever thought about that or ever will. Anyway, Tots of Copeland. 3-0.
Jordan, the
Superb.
third.
Nonchalant.
Barry
Brilliant from Copeland.
I thought you were going to go full on Gwynny there. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant,
Steve
brilliant.
to throw first.
My word, we missed that guy. This could be brilliant.
121.
It's still getting there, but Copeland, who has really struggled to put something together today, has found something towards the end of the schedule.
60.
He beat Brouwer 4-2. And he hasn't found that ceiling today either. He's had to work harder for it.
96.
But weirdly, he's the only person to average 100 this week. And he's done it twice. One with a victory and one with a loss. This has been a somewhat perplexing day for him.
95.
Was he somewhat the epitome of the Modus supersedes in terms of what we say about players and standard, that Barry Copeland's good game is very, very good. However, it's
135.
harnessing that B game to put himself in a position where he can harbour more consistency and more wins in a high-paced environment like this.
Well, let's put that to the test with numbers. 84, 79,
60.
102,
Steve, you require 140.
81. He's still got that big range between top and bottom like yesterday. So I think we can categorise him as just a little inconsistent.
125.
I don't think he's going to win this game 4-0.
Great second dart. Fred would
100.
have left himself
Steve,
on a
require
finish if he
24.
found it with the treble. Steve Wesley's double 12 after 12, and now double 6. Surely he doesn't go for the trapdoor.
18.
I think you and I both know that the right play there was to bust it and go back to 12s.
But Steve is the type of player that we know will
Steve, you
go
require
for things.
6.
He will attack things. And he has to attack this double 3. Up for one, double 1. Madhouse.
Game
Great
on the
last
four
dart
black.
because
Steve West.
dart 2 was a blocker.
Take the small victories, that's for sure. And that was
Fifth
a
leg, it's
small
Barry
victory.
to throw first.
Throwing a dart like
Game.
that to win the leg. But now Copeland has the darts to win the match. If he doesn't win it here, he could have to do it in like 7.
42.
So rest on the rack.
60.
Copeland looking to get over the line. Talking about people called Cope, I used to have a university lecturer whose genuine name was Will Cope.
140.
I applaud the effort. A bit like that lady that was in the Olympics and everybody was saying, when's the World Darts Championship? And her name was Sin December. If everybody was called the same thing, it'd be a boring world.
140.
Tomorrow could be basically very academic
130.
come round 2 or 3 because Jones, if he wins his last match and gets that 8-point cushion, he could be home and host very, very quickly tomorrow. And this doesn't happen every week.
99.
And like you've said on a couple of occasions, Henry, he has not even been taken to a last leg decider yet. That is remarkable.
100. Barry
Well,
requires
this to
80.
seal a 4-1 victory for Barry Copeland to end his day. Steve West made a lot of progress towards the middle of the session, but it just looks like he's ran out of steam towards the end. And so Copeland now has a dart at tops to get over the line.
40.
But that's a match dart
Steve,
that has
require
come
106.
and gone.
Has he got the tops? Of course he
Game
has.
on the fifth leg. Steve West.
He will not go without a fight. And he wants these 2 points
Sixth leg,
badly.
it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
If he gets them, it'll be then up to Howson to deny Jones to get a 2-point cushion over West going into tomorrow.
131.
That's his second 106 checkout of the day, Steve West. And for the second time today, he's come back from 3-0 down to go over in a leg of his opponent. He did so against Wayne Jones, but as we know all too well, Jones got over the line
60.
by 4 legs to 2. Is he able to pull off the miracle comeback charge here against Copeland?
Well, people have done it against him. The thing that will remedy that
100.
is if he does it to somebody else. Nice even spread of points allocated today. Allocated is probably the wrong word because we don't allocate the points.
134.
I suppose we do after the games are finished, but 8 points Jones. Kciuk with 6. West wins, he gets 6. Copeland wins, he gets 4.
100.
But the major difference between yesterday and today is that everybody's got points today. But a slightly different dynamic of that.
Steve, you require 170.
The big fish is not going to be reeled in by Steve West. But can Copeland reel it in for the win?
Barry, you require
This will get a reaction.
170.
Hook. No line. And so he can't sink Steve.
98.
Somebody cut his
Steve,
line.
you require 70.
From 3-0 down, Steve West is going to get a dart at tops to take us all the way. He
Game
finds the
shown the
tops to
sick
take
red.
us all the
Steve
way.
West.
Just goes to show once again, that's the 3rd time over the last couple of days he's had that high single on a 60. And he's found the top straight after. It is not by accident. When he's got 60 left with 2 darts, he is much better off having a high single than a low single.
100.
Because the flight doesn't make any difference anymore.
And suddenly, the game seesaws in Steve's favour. Suddenly, he is the overwhelming favourite, or the favourite to win this contest. When Copeland looked all but the winner, having missed the match start as well, remember.
West getting more reps. Good thing or bad thing?
Short term, maybe not. Long term, maybe yes.
45.
His body won't enjoy it, but I think his mind will enjoy it.
It's good switching from Copeland. Forces West to get 140 plus. And the dreaded 60 strikes again.
And Copeland has wrestled the ascendancy back in his favour now. Just when it looked like West was going to run away with a win, Copeland, who was 3-0 up, was drawn back into a last leg decider. Is the favourite once again to get over the line. He leaves himself a 2-darter after 12. And West, in response, cannot find anything tangible.
60.
And Copeland's going to get 6 from here.
To get a second consecutive 4-3 victory against Westy as well. Yesterday in game 2, they had a very good game. He inches towards the finishing line, but I'll be fascinated to see how he tries to take out 60.
100.
Ton leads West on a finish, but it's a 3-darter. Copeland for the match. This would put him on to 10 points, but he's missed the big number. So it's only going to be 1 at tops. He only needs the 1 at tops to get over the line. The puff of the cheeks is a sign of relief for Barry Copeland, who had led that game by 3-0 before Steve West pulled it all the way back towards the last leg decider. But it was the daddy who kept his cool to cross the finishing line in the 7th and deciding leg. And so it means that Steve West is going to stay on 6 points overnight. Barry Copeland is on 10. Wayne Jones is looking to complete the card for the 2nd straight day. If he gets a better Richie Howson, he'll be on 20 points and 8 clear going into Wednesday. Right, let's do it. One more game to go, everybody, here at the Modus Super Series. And let's see what the energy levels are like for Wayne Jones and Richie Howson. For Wayne, it's an opportunity to complete the card for a second consecutive day of put him on to 20 points in the group. And he'd have an 8-point lead from Krzysztof Kciuk overnight. He takes on Richie Howson, the Owl, for whom today hasn't quite gone to plan for him. There would have been big expectations for Richie going into day 2, but what promised to be a day full of progression has been a day where he slipped down to 4th place in the table and now chasing Copeland's coattail as far as the race for Group B is concerned. It's our final game on Tuesday the 13th of August, and I'm watching this in the company of Paul Nicholson.
Just because Wayne Jones has a 6-point cushion, this is not the time
First leg,
to relax.
it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
We've seen in sport over the last few weeks, people easing up towards the line. Every now and again, if you do that, you do run the risk of being caught. So Wayne's thought process here must be
100.
win again, get the 8-point cushion, come back tomorrow and keep on it. He had a very good start yesterday against Richie
60.
Howson, putting in a 95.73 average, 4 out of 5 on the doubles. In a funny sort of way, he's actually 5 out of 5 on the doubles, because to finish the match, he hit double 1, double 19.
180.
But for the other players in this group, they might be asking, who's going to be the first person to beat him? Richie's the only person who can say that today.
60.
Has it felt like for Richie it's been a case of almost being all or nothing for him this week?
Yeah, it's been a little bit up and down. But you won't see any panic from him. He knows it's about the end game. There is a second opportunity for people who don't win Group A.
85. Richie require 81.
And the likelihood is with this cushion that Wayne will win the group and everybody else will be split up.
The tungsten repecharge. Where the players get the
54.
chance to recharge. And Howson's left himself on 27, slip into the 14. And he does look a tired man at the back of the stage. To be honest, everybody in this final round has looked a little bit jaded on the back of what has been another long day.
That's fair enough. Double 8 though for the first leg for Richie. That actually hit the flight. And I think that one did as well. Saying that you don't leave 27 much is a bit of an understatement. However, right there, I wonder if there was a better route for that 27.
You require 5.
Because that flight was definitely in the way. There's nothing in the way of this.
Hasn't been convincing from Howson as soon as he's entered finishing range. And look what Jones has left himself on. How many times have you been on a finish like 56 and then picked the pieces up? But he's unable to do so this time.
Richie require 4.
He's not going to get a second crack, is he? Of course he isn't.
On the first leg, Richie Howson.
At last, Howson crosses the finishing line in leg 1. He leads Wayne Jones by a leg to 0.
Second leg, it's Wayne to throw first.
You get the sense already with Richie. He's going to try his best to get into Group B. But tomorrow, more than anything else, is about that recharge, that reset mentality that we speak about all too often here ahead of his campaign in whatever group it will be on Thursday or Friday.
$100.
Not having been through that scenario myself, I can only go off what I've been told, is that when you come here on a Thursday and you've been playing for the previous 3 days, it does feel like a completely different setup. It isn't. But having the refreshed sense of, I've got the same points as everybody else again, it does give it
96.
a psychological difference.
The way I look at it is this. There's 3 other players that'll enter Group B or Group C that have not played this week. So they have got no inkling as to what their
60.
performances are going to be in this environment. And so effectively, scrub Group A as if it doesn't matter, it never happened, and you treat it like a completely brand new tournament. Easier said than done, I get that, of course. But if you can reset like that,
140.
that's where you get your successes. And Andreas Howson was a great example of that in the previous Champions Week. However, I know what you're about to say. Howson hitting at a 140 to leave 165.
100.
Don't mind it if your opponent's way back. It's not as much of a thing. I don't like it when someone is ahead of them.
95.
And some of these players, they aren't as adept with the tactics and the mathematics as some others. We may critique certain players
26.
in what they do,
Richie requires 70.
but never guess against someone who is about to go 2-0 up potentially.
One dart. A double 16.
54.
And Wayne Jones on throw is absolutely nowhere to be seen. We've heaped purple praise on the way that he's been able to just consistently do something really well. Well, this has been a real
58.
off game.
His arm looks
He
tired.
requires 16.
Looking at his face, he doesn't look tired, but I get the feeling that the torso is starting to feel it.
Eight.
He does have a chance, though, and he's had plenty
Wayne require 114.
of meat left on the bone by Richie. Can he get a shot at a double? And maybe this is the game that teaches us
58.
that when you give Wayne Jones a
Richie
chance,
require 8.
he's not always going to take it. Because this week, he's taken pretty much everything else apart from what's happened in this 15th match of Tuesday. Not
score.
again. He's left 56 again.
Wayne require 56.
This, well, I'm not even going to call it a steal. This is just a bank robbery if Jones takes this. Double 10. Howson shakes his head. He cannot believe how Wayne
46.
Jones is even in this position. And he'll count his lucky stars that he's
Richie
going to get another
require
go. But
8.
he's missed 11 darts at a double in this game as the Owl.
And he constantly wires them.
Game shot on the
Not
second
this
leg.
time.
Richie Howson.
2-0 up. And he knows that he should be 2-0 up.
Richie to throw first.
But it should feel easier than this.
Game on.
If Wayne was to lose this match, we would yet again have another week without a perfect Group A. Will it ever be done?
However, you would say that because of the gap that Wayne Jones has built up, and
140.
because of that defeat for Kristof, Kciuk against Johan Brouwer, he's almost allowed a free pass to have a bit of a stinker.
He's afforded it, but it tests your resolve, doesn't it, in a different way. He's not bothered about records. He doesn't want to be noted for doing just the one thing that nobody else has ever done before. That kind of thing doesn't keep him up at night. He wakes up in the morning and he wants to play darts because he knows he's really good at it. He keeps the game simple. Unfortunately, this match, hitting trebles, has not been simple.
Well, he's had 5 power scores in the entirety of the game, and we're into the what looks like the late ends of leg 3.
Well, 140 pluses
100.
make for a really interesting reading in this game. You've got 1 for Wayne, you've got 5 for Howson. That includes the 2 maximums. And just like magic, he doesn't get another one.
Richie
This is for a potential 11 dart leg here for Howson to move 3-0 to the good. And treble of 15 to leave his favourite double 18.
49.
He gets the single 9 this time and doesn't leave 27.
So he will return for double 16 to move himself 3-0 to the good and to put him 1 away from the finishing line.
100.
And
Richie
to
require 32.
give Wayne Jones a bit of a shellacking, you'd have to say. Double 16. But this is where it's all gone wrong for Richie in this match.
Game shot on the third leg.
But he rights that
Richie
wrong
Howson.
there. 14 data to put him a leg away. 3-0 to the goods. Richie Howson against Wayne Jones.
Game.
Who saw this coming? If you'd said to Howson
60.
10 minutes ago that he'd be averaging 80 after 3 legs, he would have admitted that he's probably at best 2-1 down.
60.
Not 3-0 up. And here's something else as well. Howson wins this match. It's still
100.
mathematically possible for Kciuk, Howson, and Copeland to win this group.
57.
He'd be doing Kciuk a massive favour. He'd be doing himself a favour. It's not often we see people getting this kind of an advantage going into day 3. But when we do see it, ordinarily, it's rubber stamped within a couple of hours that they're going to Saturday.
140.
Coincidentally, if he does he stay? Or does he go home? It's one of those 50-50 locations, Wolverhampton.
100.
If you can go home on Wednesday, you do it, and you come back Saturday.
However, if Wayne Jones has booked a hotel, he is using all 5 nights of it.
That's true.
97.
He's not going to waste a dime.
141.
He's not going to take out the 141. Well, Richie Howson is a very prolific snooker player. In fact, he's signed up to the World Senior Snooker Tour, and he could find a 147 break to win the match. He's found the reds, now looking for the green. But he cannot pot it. He jaws it. And Jones to draw his way back in the match. He's looking at double 18.
95. When you require 36.
To save the match, he needs 9s. Oh,
No score.
what a deflection that
Which
was.
require 52.
Haven't seen one like that all day. And without any further ado, Howson
No
busts
score.
it.
When you require 36.
Well, I don't think anybody can believe it. Jaws have basically swung to the floor. Howson missing a chance to wipe the floor of Wayne Jones. But he scampers around for double 9, and he
shot on the
finds,
foreplay.
with the last
Wayne
dart
Jones.
in hand, into the bottom corner. He pulls one back, and he forces
Richie to
Howson to
throw
serve
first.
this one out.
Game.
Howson, a leg away.
100.
And remember, this is actually the first time that Wayne Jones has conceded 3 legs in a match. Prior to this, the most somebody's got against him is 2.
100.
Could be on the cusp of his first defeat in this group.
$60.
Don't forget,
140.
following the conclusion of today's action, if you've missed any of it, you can tune into our highlights available on the Super Series YouTube channel, as well as other bonus content, including an interview with Luke Humphreys, which is
100.
available on there, on top of many other goodies. Actually, pre-recorded another little fun feature for you. If you like the Bullseye Challenge, well, we've got it a little bit supersized in our
60.
in one of our soon-to-be-released special EPs, as the social media team call it. I'm learning all that little jargon, you see.
100.
Well, Howson here, leaving 141 for the match. Jones on his heels, Sticking close to his shoulder and could shoulder his way in front of the leg. Ton leaves himself 101 after 12, but this to get over the line.
$130.
He didn't want that bullseye.
In this game, he's left 27 and now 11. Jones to save the encounter. Treble 19. Double 12. You just knew it was going to go. You just knew it was going to be executed. And you just know there is no quit in Wayne Jones.
Game on.
He's left it late. Now is he about to sprint to the finish?
100.
Starting to do what that American 1500-meter runner was doing against Josh Kerr and Jakob Ingebrigtsen. Staying power. And a little bit of quality towards the end.
Bit like Noah Lyles, where I know the 100 metres is a dash, and this is a bit
the
of a
100,
dash.
not the 200.
This is a bit of a dash of a format. Noah Lyles was at the back of the pack at the halfway and then won. Jones was 3 down at the halfway and could win.
Yeah, Lyles won that 100 metres by 5 thousandths of a second. Just imagine that for a second.
The gap between Usain Bolt and the second place runner at the Beijing 2008 Olympics was greater than the distance between all 8 runners in the 100 metres final in Paris.
That makes perfect sense to me. That is a discipline of thousandths of a second.
95.
This is a discipline of millimetres. Look at the focus on the face of Jones now. He's definitely got his second wind.
Howson has to be careful because this is slipping away from him. But he could be clawing it back in his direction. What a setup. 174, leaves 32 after 12 and forces this to go.
It's not going to go. But the next shot could well be the one that sees Wayne Jones defeated for the first time in the group.
Require 32.
It's double 16 for Richie Howson. It's double 8 to inflict a first defeat upon Wayne Jones. And it means the lead overnight is only going to be 6 points. It means that the magical 30-point mark is not going to happen either in this Group A. And it also means that Richie Howson is going to go into Wednesday's action on 10 points in third place in the group. That's the tail of the tape from our final game of the session. Howson running out a 4-2 winner against Wayne Jones. Myself and Paul Nicholson, we're going to head to the studio to talk about all of the action on the other side of this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where our terrific Tuesday's worth of tungsten tussles is over with. And myself and Paul Nicholson, the asset, has been watching all of the action in the commentary box. This is what we've seen. It was another nigh-on perfect day for Wayne Jones, but it was defeated for the first time in Group A in that final game we saw before the break against Richie Howson. A steady day for Kristof. Kciuk, however, again, he was defeated in his final two matches. So it is Jones who's going to have a 6-point lead overnight going into Wednesday's play. It's only one place to start, and that is with Wayne. Did all the damage early on in the session. Consistency really being the key again.
Consistency of a level that will still do damage no matter what your opponent is doing. We've seen that game with Copeland earlier where he's in the mid to high 80s. Copeland's over 102, doesn't get the job done. It's a curious way of looking at the game, of course, but in the first 4 games, Wayne had not been taken to a last leg decider. He's never been in a losing position. And if I may, the game against Kciuk was huge because he could have been in a losing position in that penultimate match for him today. But if it wasn't for a calculating error or a tactical error, however you want to look at it, Wayne was given an opportunity just to breeze across the line. But against Howson, he wasn't.
Well, let's talk about that game against Kristof, because you feel like that's the match where Wayne won the group and Kristof's chances maybe went.
Yes, because in that scenario, Kristof is looking to win the game and get 2 points and make sure that Wayne does not get another 2. At that point, the gap could be 2 or it's going to be 6. It's that classic 6-pointer in football or the 4-pointer in the Modus Super Series, isn't it? And at that point, it's the person with the lead who takes those extra 2 points. What has he done there? He obviously thought he had 72, but the first start for the treble 20, it was about an inch high. And as soon as that goes into the single 20 like that, I don't know whether Wayne Jones has any idea as to what's happened. But what did he do? He had 18 left with 1 dart. He hits the double 9 and he gets the extra 2 points. So a huge swing right there.
Will Kristof feel as if he put himself in a really good position at the start of the day and he's really let it go at the end?
I'm afraid that is the case, whether he knows it or not. I'll be fascinated to get his thoughts on it tomorrow if we have a chat with him. But even saying that, I think this week has been a really good, solid debut display from the Pole. He's left points on the stage, but he's still got an abundance of points for himself. And I can see him getting into a Group B situation, but he must be careful because there are people chasing him.
Well, Barry Copeland's also had a very solid debut. I feel like with him, and I don't know whether you agree, the A game is excellent. Is it perhaps the B game now that he really has to find?
In a roundabout sort of way, yes. The A game, which we saw yesterday with the best average of the week, 103, was great. He's got fighting spirit as well, which is classically Northern Irish. But I would put it a slightly different way. I'd say that he needs to minimise his C game, if that makes any sense. He can play brilliantly and put in a 3-figure average. We know that now. But if he can throw more darts like that double 11, that miraculous shot at the end of that game with Brouwer, I think he's got a likelihood of having less bad games and possibly having a chance to pick up more points.
Well, let's have a quick chat about Steve West, because we know for him it's sort of a different story. It's his road back towards progression after having the hip surgery. Towards the middle of the day, it looked very much like the Steve that we saw have great success in this building last year.
Yeah, there were signs today, more 180s. In fact, more than double than yesterday, so that is a huge plus. I think some of the shots he was putting together were better, but I don't think he should focus on the fact that he missed 9 match darts to win a game today. That was just part and parcel of the process moving forward. But from Monday to Tuesday, definitely getting better, and he should focus on that instead of the negatives.
Well, for Steve West, it's certainly going to be a week of progressing for him. And this is how the table has progressed following the second day's play, because Wayne Jones leads the way. He has a 6-point lead at the top of the table from Kristof Kciuk in second place. Richie Howson and Barry Copeland both on 10, both vying it out for a Group B position on the final day's play. Steve West is just on the periphery.
Yeah, look at Howson and Copeland as well. Same legs won, same leg difference. Fascinating stuff. And if you're in Group C this week, coming here at around about 11 o'clock on Thursday morning, you're looking at that table saying, come on, Steve, get yourself into Group B because we don't want to see you here. I think of someone like Alan Norris, who's in Group C this week. As much as he's a really good friend of Steve's, he doesn't want to play him. He knows how dangerous he is, and he's the most seasoned professional player that we've had come through this door. So you want him to go to Group B, and whereas the people in Group B want him to go to C. So it's a fascinating dynamic.
Thoroughly enjoyed my day with you, Nico. Thank you very much for your company. Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much for your company. Thank you very much for your company as well. We'll be back at 9:30 tomorrow morning to see how Group A culminates. And it is Wayne Jones who is still leading the way. He has a 6-point gap at the top of the table. And it is Wolves who are top of the pack.